Alan MC. Alan MC.
Our default, Afayamatek, our friends from the north. Next we have Luganda poem on stage. This is a poem about the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication.
Yefeba nannimi okuva e Makerere, tukuyozayoza nnyo nnyaffe Makerere, olw'okukoonoola ekikumi mu buweereza. Kati oli mpungu nkulaba obukira mu bbanga, ebunaayira ne mu Afrika gwalidde empanga. Mazima oli mu muli ogumuulisiza amawanga, mu byenjigiriza Makerere olise eggwanga. Makerere otuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi, tukwasa Mukama ayongera okkulungamyanga, ebiseera by'omu maaso yongera okubizimbanga, tukuyozayoza okuweza emyaka 10. School of Languages, Literature and Communication.
Fenno tuli basale mu by'empuliziganya, empuliziganya yonna eba mu lulimi, tususula tubangula ebikwata ku nnimi, okuzoogera ziwandiika n'okulungamya, abangi we baviira okutuyita bannannimi. Naffe tujaguza naawe gwe Makerere, owezezza 10 nkakasa nti eno tandikwa, okyayimiridde era oliyimirira, emirembe n'emirembe ffenna. Amina.
Makerere otuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi,
tukwasa Mukama ayongera okkulungamyanga, ebiseera by'omu maaso yongera okubizimbanga, tukuyozayoza okuweza emyaka 10.
School of Languages yeffe tutuno,
ku College of Humanities wetusangibwa, era tubangula mu masomo ag'enjawulo, n'abaagakuwulira kambaba wetubeebaze.
Ennimi ezaalirana ezannyaffe Uganda,
Luganda, Kiswahili, Luo ne Runyakitara, Dr. Gumushabe ezo yazikuulira. Spanish, French, Germany, Arabic era ne Chinese. Professor Natukunda Mama ogwana kwebaza. Dr. Nabutanyi Mama agwana kwebaza. Omukodyo bw'empuliziganya n'amawulire, Dr. Nakiwalo mulimu Mama ogukoze. Dr. Mugumya obugalo tubumuwe, ebifunzibwa ebivuunulwa mu buli lulimi, okutwaliza awamu tuli ku mpuliziganya, buli omu awulire ebya munne ensi etambule, tubasaabira Mungu akibabalire.
Makerere otuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi,
tukwasa Mukama ayongera okkulungamyanga, ebiseera by'omu maaso yongera okubizimbanga, tukuyozayoza okuweza emyaka 10.
Kyabugagga ate ekyensibo,
buli ekikolebwa mu nsi kyonna ky'omanyi kyetaaga ennimi wamu n'empuliziganya. Kyetuva tusomeseza wano n'ebunaayira, tugondeze ddala eby'empuliziganya. Empuliziganya abange etondawo obumu, ekulaakulana yonna etandikira okwo. Tukwenyumirizaamu nnyo ggwe Makerere, otumbudde ennimi wamu n'empuliziganya.
Makerere otuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi,
tukwasa Mukama ayongera okkulungamyanga, ebiseera by'omu maaso yongera okubizimbanga, tukuyozayoza okuweza emyaka 10.
School of Languages fenno tusiima,
era twebaza nnyo bannamakerere, okusingira ddala abo abakulembeze ssaaka abatusomesa. Vice Chancellor waffe tukwebaza byansuso Professor Barnabas Nawanga oli Mmekete, n'abamyuka bo mwenna tubeebaza awamu, mukoze ky'amaanyi tufuuke abayivu, kati tuli mimuli egirwanyisa ekiziikiza n'obutamanyi okuva mu nnyaffe Uganda. Makerere otuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi.
Makerere otuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi,
tukwasa Mukama ayongera okkulungamyanga, ebiseera by'omu maaso yongera okubizimbanga, tukuyozayoza okuweza emyaka 10.
School of Languages tubasiibula,
tusiima byansuso Maama tukulembera, omukyalo omukozi ateemote njasa biggu, alafuubanye ku lw'ennimi kiro na misana, okuzisomesa awamu n'okuzitumbula. Atwagala nnyo era atwagaliza, ensi ogikoledde bingi tebirikoma, byeyogerera era tulirabako. Dokita Sauda Namyalo ye musuutirwa, Maama atoola ku salaamu ensi ekulabeko, tukweyitira Maama omuzadde omulungi, tukwasa Mukama akuuma owangaale, ne famire yo ajongerenga emikisa, naffe okuba wano Maama gabadde maanyi yogayoga okujaguza 10 egya Makerere.
Makerere otuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi,
tukwasa mukama ayongera okulungamyanga ebiseera by'omu maaso yongera okubizimbanga tukuyoza kuweza emyaka 10 twongera okusiima ate okwensuso principal wa CHUS omwagala w'abangi Profesa Hikire Josephine oli waddala emiziira n'obululu maama byonna bibyo otukoze obulungi obutagambika n'abamyuka bomwenna muyogeyoge Makerere tuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi Makerere tuwadde amaanyi n'essuubi tukwasa mukama ayongera okulungamyanga ebiseera by'omu maaso yongera okubizimbanga tukuyozaayoza okuweza emyaka 10 we build for the future yeffe Makerere.
Thank you very much. The Luganda section for that poem, talking about the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, and the people that lead that unit in the university, and those that have done commendable work for the school. Next on stage, we shall have a song from Confucius Institute, a song in Chinese.
Thank you so much for that Chinese song. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to officially start the celebrations, and we're going to sing the anthems. I'm going to invite our chief guest, the principal of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Josephine Ahikile, to come to the podium. I also invite the Dean of the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication to come to the podium. I'll invite Professor Mangene, the Dean of the School of Liberal and Performing Arts, and Dr. Gilbert Gomushabe, the Director of the Confucius Institute, the representative of the German Embassy, and the representative of the Libyan Embassy to come and take up these seats as we sing the anthems. Thank you. In the meantime, I'd like to recognize the head of Department, European and Oriental Languages, Professor Edith Natkunda. Is the director, Confucius Institute from China, here as well? Please come and take up one of the seats. So the team is full. Let's stand for the anthems. First, the Uganda anthem. Next, the East African anthem, and the Makerere anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee. From east and west, from north and south, all voices singing arise, Makerere, rise up and rise, high up and high, all voices singing arise, Makerere, 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 we build for the future, the great Makerere, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee. Do not forget through all the years those who have gone through the gates of Makerere. Give them the pride, give them the joy, all to remember the gates of Makerere, Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future, the great Makerere, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee. Those who hear thee, seek ye the truth, build for the future the great Makerere. Those here have been, those here will be, build for the future the great Makerere, Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future the great Makerere, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee, great, great and mighty the walls around thee, great, great and mighty the gates beside thee.
You can take your seats. I want to invite our boss, the chief organizer of this event, the chairperson of the organizing committee, Dr. Cindy Magara, to make her opening remarks. Cindy? I think Cindy will talk later, but in the meantime, I can invite the mama of the school, our dean, Dr. Sauda Namyalo, to welcome us for this event.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luganda, Ivan. Our guest of honor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, represented by our own, the Principal, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Your Excellencies, namely the representative of the Ambassador of the Republic of Libya to Uganda, the representative of the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany, the representative of the Ambassador of the Republic of Cuba, representatives from the Embassy of Chinese, the Dean, School of Liberal and Performing Arts, Professor Mangeni, our invited keynote speaker, our own Professor Oswald Ndororire, invited panelist Mwalimu Austin Bukenya, I think he's on his way, Mrs. Sharibya Kutaga, our own Professor Bas Chimba, our great alumni here present, member of staff, Makerere University, and specifically those from the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. Stand up wherever you are sitting, please. The staff who are behind, may I request that you come and occupy the front seats. My beloved students present on this occasion, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire School of Languages, Literature and Communication, and on my own behalf, I welcome you all to our School Open Day, the first of its kind in the history of our school. I express our gratitude to you all for accepting the invitation and taking time off your packed schedule to honor this occasion. We really appreciate and acknowledge your kind gesture. Secondly, allow me, Madam Vice Chancellor, to congratulate you for securing a second term in office to serve this great institution as its COO. I think this is the first time you are visiting the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, and I hadn't had the time to congratulate you. We appreciate your great and excellent leadership that has steered Makerere University to greater success in research, innovation, academic excellence, and indeed with you at the steering, we're building for the future. Vice Chancellor and our invited guests, the School of Languages, Literature and Communication came into existence in 2012 under the Collegiate system, bringing together 5 departments, a center, and an institute. And these are the following departments, centers, and institutes that make up the School of Languages and Literature. We have the Department of Literature, headed by Dr. Edgar Nabutanyi. She has traveled today and has missed this occasion, but is with us in spirit. We have the Department of Journalism and Communication, headed by Dr. Aisha Nachwala. The Department of African Languages, headed by Dr. Gilbert Gumushabe. The Department of Oriental and European Languages, headed by Professor Idris Togoboa Natkunda. Department of Linguistics, English Language Studies and Communication Skills, headed by Dr. Levis Mogumia. the Center for Languages and Communication Sciences, headed by Dr. Medad Sentanda. The Confucius Institute, headed by 2 directors, one, Dr. Zongo Juwanga, the Chinese director, as well as Dr. Gilbert Gumushabe. Vice Chancellor, invited guests. The school offers a variety of courses, including the teaching of both indigenous and foreign languages. For example, we teach Chinese, French, German, Spanish, Arabic, English, Kiswahili, Runyakitara, Luganda, Luo, as well as other courses like linguistics and literature. We also offer 2 degree undergraduate programs. One is in journalism and communication, and we are proud of that department because it has been ranked the best in the region and sub-Saharan Africa. We also run a bachelor's degree in Chinese and Asian studies. In addition to degree programs and courses run in the school, our school is a service unit to many university schools and departments, and this makes our school a highly populated community, and we are proud that we are offering services to such a diverse and a big population, both within Makerere University and outside Makerere University. The school also runs a number of graduate programs, including MA in Literature, MA in French Language Studies, MA in Linguistics, MA in Journalism and Communication, which is on its way out. We are phasing it out. MA in Strategic Communication, and MA in Communication. In a bid to position ourselves within a research-led university, the school has developed a number of MA programs. We are soon mounting an MA in Kiswahili, an MA in Luganda, an MA in English Language Studies. It's a bit of a shame that for some times we've not been running an MA in English Studies, but soon, within a year or less, we shall be beginning that course. And we hope that once we have all these MA programs as well as PhDs, we shall be in position to do more research in languages and its associated cultures. The school is anchored on 3 cornerstones, and these include growth. We strive to grow on a daily basis. We are also anchored on the cornerstone of humanism, as well as unity in diversity. As you have seen, we are not only local, but we are international. So we believe in unity, in diversity, and that's what motivates us as scholars in the school. And we do this through research and teaching languages, literature, and communication. We strive to adhere to the school's philosophy in everything that we do. And in addition, discipline and dedication are instilled in our students at our school, and we strive to positively impact the world around us. Mr. Vice Chancellor, our students, you will never find them engaged in riots. It is other schools and colleges. But our students are very well disciplined, and we can attest to that. Our chief guest and all invited guests, today we come together at the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication to reflect on the diverse academic disciplines and celebrate our diverse cultures in several activities as part of the year-long centennial celebration of Makerere universities. The activities aim at exhibiting the diverse output of the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, and celebrate the blocks the school continue to add to the terrain of various academic disciplines in Uganda, Africa, and globally. We are also coming together to honor and celebrate the great men and women who have gone through the different departments housed in the school. The list is long, but allow me to mention just a handful of them. We boast of one of the great men of Africa who went through our school, and specifically in the Department of Literature, the late Benjamin Mkapa, President of Tanzania. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Nobel Prize winner. No? Susan is saying no. Not yet a Nobel Prize winner, but he's one of candidate. Okay. Timothy Wangusa, an accomplished educationist and writer. Honorable Judith Nabakova, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, coming from journalism. Professor Goreti Nasanga, the founder of the journalism department, and an accomplished researcher and professor of journalism. Professor Elizabeth Lubinga, Head of Strategic Communication, University of Johannesburg. Our own Professor Okelo Gwanga, former Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, Makerere University. Professor Elon Mushenjezi, Vice Chancellor, Uganda Christian University. Professor Abbas Chimba, a distinguished scholar of literature. Professor Dominique Dipio, a distinguished scholar and Pope's representative in Africa. Professor Oswald Indorire, who taught and served in Makerere in various leadership positions, and the first principal, College of Humanities and Social Sciences. His Excellence, called Joseph Lutabana, Rwanda's ambassador to Uganda, is our alumni. Miss Santa Laka, Deputy Ambassador, Washington, D.C., is our alumni. Professor Emmanuel Maranga, who served in various capacities before relocating to Bishop Barham College, Uganda Christian University. The late Professor Livingstone Walusimbi, commonly known as the father of linguistics and language studies in Uganda. Professor Ruth Mukama, a renowned linguist and leader who, with others, championed gender mainstreaming in Makerere University. The late Professor Rose Mbowa, a leading female dramatist of the 1990s. The late Byron Kawadwa, the artist of the millennium. All those went through our great school. Those and many others have won several honors and received a sign of gratitude in their line of employment. And it will take me a long time to speak about them, since there are so many accomplishments to mention. However, we know that the accomplishments have benefited not only the whole human race, but will also inspire future generations to work toward a more prosperous future. Robert Baden-Powell's words, he says, "Try to live this world a bit better than you found it." And that should be taken to heart because of the great efforts of our alumni. And as I conclude my speech, allow me to thank our partners who have been with us in developing our school. First and foremost, we would like to thank the German government. The school has over the years participated in various exchange programs and collaborations with German institutions and universities, Many of our students, researchers, and staff have been benefited from, for example, the German Academic Exchange Service Program, that's DAD. We've been receiving grants for master's, PhD studies, and postdoctoral studies. Similarly, since 1969 to date, the German government has, that is dating back to the former Faculty of Arts and now School of Languages, we've been hosting the DAD country representative to teach German studies, as well as to guide on DAD scholarships and grants related to matters of Makerere University community. We thank you very, very, very much for the love and all the assistance that you've been offering our school. We would also wish to thank in a special way the Chinese government through the Confucius Institute of Languages. In less than 9 years, working together with the Confucius Institute, we've been able to introduce Chinese as a subject, and we have mounted a Bachelor of Chinese and Asian Studies degree program. So the Confucius Institute opened doors through collaboration with the Chinese embassy and Chinese companies in Uganda through offer of scholarships, internship, placements, as well as job opportunities to our students. We thank you very, very, very much. We are also very appreciative of the building which you have just renovated and handed over to Makerere University, as well as the furniture which we received yesterday. We are very, very grateful, and please take our gratitude to the ambassador of the Federal Republic of China and Uganda. Sometimes I fail to get these nomenclature right. Would like to thank also the French government. It is recognized for being at the forefront of promoting French language and studies in the School of Languages. For so many years, we've been receiving scholarships, we've been receiving grants, and without them, there is no way we could promote and ensure that French grows from one level to the other. We would also like, in a special way, to thank the Saudi Arabian government. Thank you very much, the representatives of the Saudi Arabian government who are here. Madam Principal, as you might be aware, some times back, the university received a grant of $90,000 US and benefited many of our students who are offering Arabic in our school. So we thank you very much. In a special way, I would also like to appreciate and thank the Libyan government. The Libyan government has been for several years sponsoring Arabic lecturers in the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication. Up to now, they are still doing it, and I'm happy when I received a letter from the ambassador assuring me of his continued support and collaboration with the school. We are very grateful, and we thank you very much. And as I sit down, allow me to thank in a special way the sponsors of this event, the Libyan government. Thank you very, very, very much. Without you, there was no way we could have this event organized. Riham, thank you very much for all the sodas and the waters we are going to enjoy today. The Confucius Institute. Thank you, Director Zong and Gilbert and team for sponsoring this event. The Center of Languages, Communication, and Social Sciences, Dr. Sentan and team, thank you. The Principal's Office, thank you very much, Professor Ahikira and team, for coming to our assistance when we approached you. And to the organizing committee, I request that you come up here for recognition. Actually, after me, Dr. Makerere will speak, then I will come back to, to invite the guest of honor. Words are not enough to express my heartfelt gratitude. Dr. Cindy Magara and team, you have made me proud as your dean. I will forever be grateful. You're a great mobilizer, team player, manager, and above all, skilled at events management. She's a great lady. Thank you, Cindy and the team. You will be introducing your people shortly. And I would like to appreciate all of you. Lastly, to my students, stand up. SLLC students, stand up wherever you are. My students from the school. What's happening? Chap, 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 chap. Jemli? Jemli? Thank you very, very, very much for your presence, creativity, and performance you have for today's event. Madam Principal, they've been working day and night, and we have quite a number of performances in different languages, and be assured that you will be entertained all through. I'm proud of you, and indeed you are part of the great future of the school as we build for the future. In a special way, our guest of honor, allow me to recognize Alex Kalungi. Alex Kalungi, are you, come up here. Professor Hikire, we have great talents in the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. You watched and listened to the poem which we termed the Centennial poem of the school. It was composed by none other by Alex Kalungi. He has also composed the 2 songs. Actually, I advised him to meet Professor Mangen for more professional advice. To me, the songs sound great, but I believe he will benefit a lot from your school and your expertise. He has also so far written 160 poems. And I believe he will be one of our great alumni very, very soon. Unfortunately, Vice Chancellor, our student is struggling. Fees is still a problem, and I don't know what your office can do for him. Last semester, he almost failed to sit for his exams. But I think as a college and as a school, we can find a way of helping such great talents. I thank you. Have fun. Enjoy. Lunch is available for each and everyone here, so don't go away. We have fun up to late in the evening. I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. You're not answering like you've had breakfast. Is there anyone who is still hungry? Yes. Actually, if you're still hungry, just step out, excuse yourself for a few minutes, go and have tea. There's still tea. Sorry, when I was cold, I was still trying to handle a few things. The graduations have messed up a whole lot of things, the traffic and all. Our dear guest of honor, our Vice Chancellor, and our Principal, Professor Ahikire Josephine, the ambassadors present and their representatives, members of the university management, representatives from ministries and department agencies, panelists, speakers, conference, school day sponsors, and my co-organizers, students and alumni of the School of Languages and Literature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bonjour. Muraire muta. Mwasuze mutia. Zao Shanghao. Yes. I'm happy to see you all here at Makerere University at our school, and being called to speak after my dean. I will not repeat a whole lot of things, but I'm so happy that you've made it here. You've come to celebrate with us, and our sponsors have all been thanked, or some of them have been thanked. In addition to the Libyan embassy, I would like to thank Riham Beverages. I'd like to thank Riham Beverages. We have a store full of drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, don't leave these drinks here with us. After the final program ends, we will have an informal program where the students will dance. And actually, we also do have a surprise for you. The lecturers of the school will at the end entertain the students. Yes, how does that sound? And the lecturers with our dean will be joined by our principal and vice chancellor. Yeah. At this point in time, I would like to thank you, Madam Dean, Dr. Sauda Namialo, and the management of the school for entrusting me to chair the committee to organize this event, and the various heads of department put together or selected the best team members that I could work with. I would like to introduce the members that I worked with, and when I call your name, please come here. You've supported me. I'm putting on my Kinyoro wear. The suka is very long. I may step on it and trip. Please come here to support me throughout. I would like to invite the secretary. We've had a whole lot of meetings, close to 15. Dr. Charlotte Ntulume from the Department of Journalism and Communication. Dr. Charlotte Ntulume, if you're here, please come. As she comes, I would like to invite Dr. Florence Baiga. Please come over. Whenever I was unable to chair the meetings, she stepped in my shoes. And just to let you know, Dr. Baiga told me.
Don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to be jai.
I would also like to invite the finance man, the one who drew the budget. Dr. Wandera Samuel, where are you? Dr. Wandera Samuel is from... I think the DJ is telling us you should come dancing a bit, because this is the...
Let me see you there. Let me see you. Let me see you there.
Dr. Wandera is from the Department of European and Oriental Languages. Then we also had Mr. Isaac Tivasima, soon to be doctor. In just 2 days, we will call you for another party. Isaac Tivasima from the Department of Literature. Then we also had, as he comes, we had Yasin Vanova, Shey Yasin Vanova from the Department of European and Oriental Languages. Does the Shey dance? DJ, the Shey can dance.
Everything I do is nobody else concerned. She go come online. And I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm alive.
We also had Ms. Harriet Kasande Adieri from the Department of African Languages.
Fresh.
Miss Harriet Kasande. She's the one in charge. Oh, there she comes.
African music for the party. Bully the chikoma. Still got what I see. Break your body, I want to see.
We also had people coming in to support us. We had Miss Amnesia Arinetwe from African Languages.
Loki, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking. All my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I'm the blow trees, only Luigi melody. Music chose me, just know this and know this. I get lucky, but I'm never lonely. Sexy lady.
We also had Mr. Rodney Rujema from the Confucius Institute. We also had Ms. Eva Abanji from the Center for Language. Eva Abanji.
Sabiga no they too like talk. Animals they in human form. Body man nobody like walk. But you must hustle if you want job. If no finish them won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they from say I too righteous. No come they from say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like.
We also had the Latino, the Spanish teacher, Ms. Abias Shemerire. She's the one who put together the Latino dancers that you see. Abias, are you here? Abitush? All right. I would like to thank the Confucius Institute for the support. Just to reiterate what my dean said, CSNE, Dr. Gumoshabe, and Dr. Jong for the financial support. I would like to thank Dr. Medad Sentanda for the financial support, and appreciate the school and the college. Professor Hikire, thank you so much for supporting our school. And in organizing this, the joy that came with the preparations, the students preparing from wherever they are, Congolese dancing, Somalis dancing, as you will see. You'd find here Maganda, there Chtaguro. In fact, for once I stepped aside and thought, I think we shouldn't be very selfish as a school. Through you, Professor Hikire, I wish next year we can also have another school of choose, have a school day. We don't want to have all this fun alone. It's been so great. Thank you so much, all the students, for participating and making us live the reality of work without play. Makes Cindy a dull girl, or makes whoever a dull girl. You rehearsing, trying to act out the poems, dance, and going back to your coursework, I think brought life to university, especially after the COVID 2 years, where some students who joined during the pandemic time did not experience university life. And it's good that you did. Special thanks to the third-year students. And the third-year students from the Department of Literature, whom I'm their year tutor. A round of applause to yourselves. You did a great job. You trained all other students from the school. Any skill whoever could bring on the table was brought up. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, we would not be able to do this. The Literature Association, that is commonly called the Lit Us, is responsible for the ushering today. Thank you so much. Our service providers, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, sit down, enjoy, dine, and dance with us. Thank you so much.
I will ask the DJ to select a very good Uchitagururo song for our guest of honor as she comes to address us. You are very welcome, Professor Ahikire. Pardon? We are waiting for the song. There was one which had been prepared for the VC. If you can play that one, that will also be great.
This school has a way of destabilizing guests because that's not what a VC is supposed to do. Good morning, everyone. Seshe. Guten Morgen. I think I've not interacted with Arabic, but Cindy has included all of us. It is going to be difficult for me to speak on behalf of the Vice Chancellor because I'm too close to the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. They call it too close for comfort. So I may not be very consistent, but this is what responsibility requires. Standing here on behalf of the head or the leader of Makerere University, I want to say that we are very gratified. And I see all friends of Makerere University, as the previous speakers have elaborated. So our friends, I'm going to call them friends. They are not, they are ambassadors of the other side, but to Makerere, they are friends. So, friends from the Republic of China, you're welcome. Our friends from the Federal Republic of Germany. I hear they call it Dutchland, but I've never known how that comes in and then it becomes Germany. That is the politics of language. Our friends from Libya, you're welcome. Our friends from Saudi Arabia. And of course, our friends from France. And then I'm very gratified also to note
that the first principal of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences is here with us. I think most people may not know you, Professor Ndorerire. You could stand up. And that means that, as it were, we are standing on the shoulders of giants, the people who made the foundation of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Our distinguished professors, all of you in your different capacities, since you've already been elaborated very well by the Dean, I will not go into details. The Dean of the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, Dr. Sauda Namiaro. Well done. This is too much energy. You better. The energy in this room, I can feel it. And that energy comes from the leadership. The leadership by the dean, by the heads of departments, all coordinators, and so on. Your efforts can even be felt in the temperature that is in this room, although outside it's a bit cold. So thank you very much, the leadership of the school and the different constituencies of the school, the departments, the Confucius Institute, the Center for Languages, that is now becoming, I would say, a center of excellence in terms of language skills. We really feel proud. As I said, I'm already slipping into the role of a principal, and Professor Nawangwe has gone off. So as a university, we are celebrating 100 years of existence as Makerere University, having established in 1922. And as a university, we have made clear footprints in the area of knowledge and in the area of innovation. And we actually want to say that the name Makerere, right from the 40s, from the 60s and 70s, the name Makerere was put on the map because of humanities. The alumni that the dean has presented to us are all those actors that actually put Makerere on the map, and specifically from the school, literature, which also mothered performing arts. I think Professor Mangeni there, we are agreeing. We don't normally agree on many things, but on that one, we agree. So Professor Mangeni, as the Dean of Liberal and Performing Arts, here with us, would also testify that the School of Languages, Literature and Communication has been like a cradle for knowledge for Makerere and for the world. And for that, we congratulate you. Being part of this celebration of 100 years, the school, I think, has been, if I'm not mistaken, either the only one or the few that have put up this kind of effort to celebrate as a school in an open day that brings students, brings staff members, and brings the luminaries of the school, as well as all the friends of Makerere University are represented here. So for that, we say congratulations, and we know that it is such efforts that actually motivate students to excel. It is such efforts that motivate staff to continue doing what they do and do it to the best of their capacity. It is these kinds of efforts that reduce strikes. But I'm going to commission a research which goes to the footages of the strikes to identify if there is no student from the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. But I'm very sure, especially those from literature, I would like to search more. But definitely, from the point of view of the university, we know that this school is the most organized. Results from SLLC are always the first to come in. So I talk as chair of Senate, and we've never had a complaint about delay of results from the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. And that means that every actor in the school is doing their work and to make Makerere deliver on its mandate. So thank you, all of you, the actors in the school. Your efforts are acknowledged. Finally, we want to say that the School of Languages, Literature and Communication embodies the entire humanity. So if you think about it, language is what makes us human. Everything else is animal. We are part of the animal kingdom. Some will say mankind, but remember, we have to leave that exclusive language. So language is the most signifier of being human. And the fact that the school has galvanized all these languages, Luganda, Runyakitara, Luo, Oriental languages, European languages, Arabic, it really makes the school a very rich cradle for advancing knowledge, for advancing cultural diversity, and for advancing general humanity, because that is where we actually start from. The other aspects of literature, of journalism, and all these attendant efforts mean that the school really is part of what actually makes us a university. If you think about it, a university is supposed to be a place or a space for high-level knowledge advancement, and this is what the school is doing exactly. So I'd like to thank you. I would like to thank the students. Last in August, I think, we had the Wangusat 80, and we could see that the students had engaged the last year. And that's exactly what makes a university student. Congratulations on your open day, and enjoy Makerere University. As we were singing the Makerere anthem, I looked around, and most students were not singing the anthem. And then I wondered, is it the aspect of the technology that has displaced the humans, or that these students don't actually know the anthem? Dean is very sure they know, but the question is, why don't they sing it? Because you're going to be the ambassador of Makerere. You're going to be able to say, we build for the future, in your own words. So next time, we shall switch off the machines, and then we shall be able to sing. But let's be proud Makererians. Let's build for the future. Thank you very much, the Dean, for inviting the VC's office. We know that there is a lot of activity that is going on, but he's surely with you in spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our principal, Professor Hikire, and the representative of the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, our Dean, Dr. Sauda Namialo. Thank you very much, all the leaders that are seated at the stage here, for coming and gracing this occasion. Now, I would like to ask you to take your seats down here, and we continue with the performances. Thank you very much. As you have already been informed, the School of Languages, Literature and Communication is a conglomeration of various cultures. So we are going to have a cocktail of activities from different cultures, as we have already tested in the morning. And right now, coming on stage is a Congolese dance. And this dance is a reflection of a celebratory mood, and it is danced during the celebration of the birth of a first baby in the family. Please welcome dancers representing the Congolese culture.
Alors, c'est le groupe des Congolais maintenant qui va passer ici pour partager ensemble avec vous notre joie. Hello! Mesdames et messieurs, bon après-midi! Mbote! Mbote! Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes très heureux d'être avec vous. Nous allons vous présenter des personnes très talentueuses qui vont vous donner une grande danse et vous allez l'apprécier. Ils viennent de très loin, au pays de Taboulé, au pays de François Lombo Makiadi, au pays de Joseph Kabasele, au pays de Grand Mopao Akramogène appelé Kofi Olomide, au pays de Franco Lombo Makiadi, au pays de Patrice Emery Lumumba. Ladies and gents, help me to welcome the Democratic Republic of Congo!
Coco, este
Tikaya la patrona, Gilda Sambendengesi, mon ami Gaël, Minoito, Nata, Aida Ochoa, Maya Scott, Christian Dua, Sergio Mbeto, Odette Guerrier, Sissi Chedi, Esteban le meilleur, Isonge Koinjo Atoya Labuni.
African James Bond, Didier Drogba, Drogbatitude, salut. Presnel Kimpembe, Eladi Diouf, Rigobert Song, coach.
Allons-y, on n'a peur de rien, on est confiant. Moi j'ai un mental d'acier comme un warrior. Ils sont là-bas, on est trop high. Ils arriveront pas, côté royaume de bloquer. Tous les jaloux de bloquer, tous les haineux de bloquer, tous les réseaux de bloquer, ton numéro de bloquer. On n'aime pas les hypocrites, on n'aime pas le double discours, on n'aime pas bande de gentils, on n'aime pas de partout par y'a la balle. Bloqué, 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 attends, bah c'est n'y faut bien monter, non, bloqué, bloqué, bloqué.
Président Samuel Eto'o-Fils, Paul Pogba.
Yes!
Yanda blessed for the Senedachi.
We Max! Samarino, Sama baby! Hey yo, Tufan!
Yeah,
let's make it work! Tolega! Bibi! 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 Rabi Kwika! Tolega! Alega ngali puta domina mamina makatangeza. Kendena korosio yo kabilenga makatangeza. Kendena bumasio yo kabilenga makatangeza. Ale yakalo meo dina mamina makatangeza. Saboye, bibi mabel makatangeza. Mabele makatangeza. Lo wana si mama. Lo wana si mama. Lo wana si mama. Lo wana si mama. Bibi. Jenny Bosenge, Bibi, Anaye, Bibi, Abena Su, Big Boss. Allo.
Chang, 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 chang. Chang, 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 chang.
Hey!
Yo yo yo, kemai, muntu wabwele muchaluka. Kuseki seki mwineba kashama. Kumani mani chia, malu sentu watu wabushimu. Muntu yoso mjini wende mumuchima mweyo. Yo yo yo, kemai. Yo yo yo, balumyan, muchima sentu bazalo amam. Bakulu kwamba kuseki mwineba kakumina. Kumani mani chia, malu sentu watu wabushimu. Muntu yoso mjini wende mumuchima mweyo. Yo yo yo, kemai. Yo yo yo, balumyan, muchima sentu bazalo amam. Webuswe kuchina malwe Saka ulonge peyi nemikanu ya mulokwe Kwa maji nanga munda mwebe Nange zambi webe kumpala kwa vyoso Unemeke bale jibende Wala kanyikantu kamu kwetu shabane Muka jabende kule Nabila ikwata lo malu Ajikuba toka ni bafike Ajimunda mwabu kwa bisambe Atonda bantu munda mwabi chima yabo Baba wanye, baba we Baba wanye, nabila ikwata lo malu Baba wanye, baba Baba wanye, twabila ikwata lo malu Baba wanye, baba Baba wanye, twabila ikwata lo malu
Thank you very much, University of Makerere. This was the Congolese.
Thank you a lot.
That's enough, that's enough. That's enough.
Asante sana Congolese for that celebration dance and song. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make mention of the following people. The coordinator from Germany, Dr. William Wagawa, is with us. I would also like to introduce the evergreen professor, James Chigongo, professor of philosophy. Our former guild president, Mr. Robert Rutaro, guild president 2008-2009, is with us. You're welcome. And now I want to introduce the following panelists who who will take up their seats at the front. I hope they are all here. Our first panelist is Dr. Aisha Nachiwala Sembatia. Just clap as Dr. Nachiwala Sembatia takes her seat. Next is Mrs. Shali Yaptaga. The third one is Mr. Christian Kethood. I'll be forgiven for not getting the German pronunciation well. I also want to invite the Chinese ambassador or representative from the Chinese embassy on this panel. Anyone from the Chinese embassy? Or the Director Confucius Institute can take that seat. Dr. Gomushabe? The French, a representative from the French embassy. Do you have a representative from the French embassy? And a representative from the Saudi Arabian embassy. Do we have the Director Confucius Institute from China? Please take a seat. And now, I want to introduce the chair of this panel. She's a former so many things. But I want to talk about what she is presently. The chair of this panel is Professor Edith Natkunda. Professor Edith Natkunda is the head of DIOL. Whisper in your neighbor's ears, DIOL. DIOL is Department of European and Oriental Languages, and she'll be chairing this panel. As part of her terms of reference, she will invite the keynote speaker as well. Professor Edith Natkunda, I am handing over this microphone, and you'll choose who to hand over the microphone when it is in your hands.
Bonjour tout le monde. Guten Morgen. Mwasuze mutya basebo ne banyabo. Mureire muta bajenyi beitu. I will not venture into Luo. I may make mistakes which I may regret. So I will just say Dankeschön. Thank you very much. I am so pleased, I'm so honored to have been given this singular pleasure of chairing or moderating this panel. It is something which will not happen again in my time because we'll have to wait another 100 years. And therefore it is a great, great moment for me that I've been given the chance of chairing this panel. I have seen one coordinator. I had one coordinator who was introduced, but there are other coordinators in other subjects. I would like to recognize, for example, the coordinator of French, Madame Sarah Kawungezi. Madame Sarah Kawungezi, oh, she has stepped out a little bit. All right. I will be recognizing others as we go. But also, before we begin the panel itself, I would like to recognize a founder of the Luo subject who is with us here today. none other than Miss Jane Alowo. Please, if you can wave or stand for recognition, she started the Luo language. And we are so happy that she made it. You may see her with a crutch because she had an accident, but we are so happy that you have made it today. We also think of the coordinator Luo, Mr. James Odong, who had an accident. He slipped, and we are thinking about him, and we pray that he recovers quickly and joins us again. Now, going to the subject of today, I've also recognized some of the founders of Runyakitara who are now in Chambogo University. Mr. John Chintu. Mr. John Chintu. Also a founder of Luganda and the first PhD in Luganda, Dr. Jackson Chizamukasa. We will be recognizing others as we go, as the time allows us. Coming to the subject of today, I would like to introduce the one and the only Professor, the one who has written many recommendations for us, the one who has given us who we are, our mentor, our advisor, our counselor, and also our parent who tells us about our faults. Many people don't want to be corrected, but he has done it so wonderfully. And that person who is an all-rounder, who has been with us for quite some time and has groomed many of us, is none other than Professor Oswald Ndolerire Atenyi. Please play for him some music as he comes.
Engeri gyagamola ganyuma okutunuulira gwe mola mama mola agawerekeza agasekono tuya nawe na amaaso g'otulu galimu ekimasu ekikoto yanya galimu ekiboko.
Thank you very much, Professor. Before we begin, I think we need to recognize officially this outstanding erudite that we have amongst us, who has been a Dean of Arts. He was Dean of the Faculty of Arts. He was Director of the Institute of Languages. He was Director of the Confucius Institute. He was the President of Alliance Française de Kampala. He has the award of Officier de Palme Académique, an outstanding order that recognizes contributors to the French language. He is currently a principal of Rianzi Institute of Technology. He's also a professor of French and Runyakitara at Kabale University. He has contributed so much, not only to the founding of Runyakitara language here in Makerere University, but also in supporting the kingdom as the former regent of the King of Toro. We have here, therefore, the kingdom represented. Please, a round of applause for Professor Oswald Ndolerire Atenyi. We are so honored that you have accepted to come to our panel and that you will be beginning talking on the keynote address itself. We are going first to listen to him, and then the members of the panel who I'll be introducing as we go will be taking on questions and answers and also giving a few remarks on the keynote address. Professor, you're most welcome. If you don't mind, let's use the podium. Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, Professor Natukunda. Togoa. Sorry, I came with this thing. Can you? The Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, represented by the Principal, Professor Josephine Aikire, the Dean, School of Languages, Literature and Communication, Dr. Sauda Namyalo, the representatives of their excellencies, the ambassadors of the Republic of France, the People's Republic of China, the Federal Republic of Germany, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Republic of Libya, and I think Cuba also was supposed, and Cuba, the deans, the heads of department, and I would like to recognize specifically the director of Luyanzi Institute of Technology. Can you stand up so that people see you, Madame Wang? That's a very powerful lady. She's my boss. And during my presentation, I will say a bit more of about what she's trying to do at the Luyanzi Institute of Technology. So the Dean, Dr. Sauda Namyalo, asked me to say a lot of things in a few minutes. But as you know, I'm not a genius, so I'm not likely to satisfy your request. I will say the few I can. I think the rest, the panel will come on board as well as the audience. The title of my presentation is, I don't see it here. I don't see the title. It has vanished. But anyway, I don't see my title. Trends and Perspectives of Language Teaching at Makerere University. That is my title. And the few points I'm going to mention there will be, first of all, myself. I was asked to talk a little bit about myself. Then I'll give a brief summary about the language teaching in Uganda, emphasizing the role played by Makerere University vis-a-vis other institutions on the continent. And then I will talk a little bit about the challenges and opportunities. Now, about myself, I must say that really credit for me goes to the French government, because I got a scholarship from the French government which lasted for 9 years. They sent me to Madagascar, where I studied French. Then I went to France, where I did my first degree in French and linguistics. Then I did masters there. Then I did a doctorate there. My studies for a doctorate lasted a long time, 6 years. Why? Because when I finished my masters, when I was beginning my PhD studies, I also got a full-time job at the Uganda Embassy in Paris, where I was doing translation and interpretation. And because of that, it is only on weekends that I was able to continue with my studies in linguistics. Interestingly, I was doing a contrastive study between French and Rutoro. The French section I finished within 3 years. But when it came to African linguistics, I got stuck. My director, we call them supervisors here, was adamant that I'm not making a headway. Particularly, I was trying to tell the director that I don't see any tones in my language. I don't see tones there. And he continued telling me, prove it. Because African languages have tones. Your language has a tone. He said, but I don't see it. He said, prove it. So in fact, I started getting annoyed with him, even not wanting to see him, until one day I came across something written by a fellow Muzungu like him, which said that in the Bantu languages of Uganda, there is an interesting phenomenon where a language, Runyoro Rutoro, has lost all its tones, or they seem to be lost. And that's interesting, surrounded by Runyakitara and Luganda, which are fully tonal. So I gave him this book, and he said, okay, now you can go ahead. That's how I was able to go ahead. Unfortunately, at that time, I didn't have Dr. Anatoly Kirigwajo with me, because he has done a fantastic job on tone, but he defended his doctorate this year, if I remember well. Had he been there then, I would have moved much faster. Congratulations, Anatoly. He wrote a very good PhD, in my opinion. So, I must say, because, and as I go ahead, I would like to welcome Professor Aaron Mushenjezi, the Vice Chancellor of Uganda Christian University. Welcome, Aaron. So I must say that many of the things that I have done at Makerere University and elsewhere is because of that background I got from the French government. And I think I did not disappoint them, because I taught French in Nigeria, taught French in Kenya, taught French in Uganda. But because of the training that they gave me, I was able now to try to do a few more other things, including, for instance, the starting of Runyakitara at Makerere University, together with Professor Edith Natukunda here, Mrs. Shale Byakutaga there, Professor Manuel Muranga, he was in Kabale University, and a few others. And we're able to start it from scratch together. They may not be perfect now. Surely you can go ahead and improve on what we did. That did not stop there, but it enabled me to also do quite a bit of writing in linguistics. Better academician, however, I have been in university administration from 1989, when many of you were not born, up to today. Why do I say that? Because from 1989, I became Associate Dean of the Faculty of Arts, then Dean of the Faculty of Arts, then Director of the Institute of Languages, then Principal of the college, as you heard, then also first Director of the Confucius Institute. And when I retired from Makerere, after spending 1 year in Addis Ababa, I became, thank you so much, I became director of the Ruyanzi Institute, a very interesting institute, which you should visit. We are lucky to have the director of the institute with us here. I can assure you a lot of interesting things are going on there. And it's a place worth visiting, and probably sending some of your children there. And As you know, now I have been employed at Kavale University as professor. Here I was professor of linguistics, but there they have called me now, they have appointed me as professor of French and Runyakitara. So what does it mean? If I'm a professor of Runyakitara, that means I'm the first professor of Runyakitara in history, am I not? So maybe you guys, you should put me in the Guinness Book of Records because I'm the first professor of Runyakitara, apparently. Now, let's continue. Let me talk a bit about the status of language teaching at Makerere University. Now here, I start with a proverb, which in Rutoro is atalina mukamwana ayekamwana wenka. And in Luganda, atalina mukamwana yekamwana yeka. I don't know about my tone, whether it's coming out well for those of you who speak Luganda. But I translate it as something like, if there is no one to praise you, you praise yourself. You blow your own trumpet. Why do I say this? It's because when you look around on the African continent, when it comes to the teaching of languages, believe it or not, Makerere University has a place. Why do I say this? For two reasons. One, there are not many universities on this continent, at least sub-Saharan Africa, teaching so many languages, especially African languages. Unfortunately, I thought there was going to be a screen, but I would have shown you what I put down. I don't know what happened, but I am going to show you that. What happened to the screen? Is it there? Oh, good. Because I was looking this way. If it is there, that's good. So, I'm going to show you that, as a matter of fact, Makerere has a place on the continent. Have a look. Of what Makerere has to offer. In African languages, we have Kiswahili, Luganda, Runyakitara, and Luo. In foreign languages, we have French, German, Arabic, Chinese, Spanish. And I want to tell you that when I came to Makerere in 1989, we were also teaching Russian. And for our Congolese brothers and sisters who are here, we were also teaching Lingala, by the way. I remember there was a gentleman called Professor Msiaudi, who was here teaching Lingala. And there was Russian. But those two were discontinued. I hope we shall reintroduce them in the future. And then, Lusoga and Ateso will soon be introduced, because I was talking to the head of African languages, who told me that these have already gone beyond the college, I think. I think they have gone to Senate. So we shall soon be teaching also Lusoga and Ateso. Now compare with these other countries. Look at Chambogo University. I see there Luganda, Kiswahili, and French. Islamic University in Uganda, I see Arabic, Kiswahili, and French, although I was told there's no teacher for French. And they're also planning for Ateso. Bishop Stewart, I see Kiswahili, Runyakitara. Kampala International University, I see Kiswahili and Luganda. So that is for Uganda. Now we continue. University of Nairobi, not bad. You can see for yourselves there, but still I can only see French and German, Arabic, Korean, Chinese. They're not doing badly as far as foreign languages are concerned, but look at African languages, only Kiswahili. By the way, I forgot to tell you, this presentation, I'm not going to talk much about English, because English speaks for itself. So I apologize for my colleagues who teach English. I think English, we have done enough for it, and a lot is being done. Now, when you go to Moi University, you see 3 languages. You go to Dar es Salaam, 3 languages. But now, when it comes to South Africa, that's where we really need to benchmark. You look at South Africa. Look at the University of Cape Town. Foreign languages, there's Arabic, there's Mandarin, there is Dutch, French, German, Classical Greek, Hebrew, Italian, Latin, Portuguese, Spanish, the Africans, that's their own language, but they also have Sotho, and I think they pronounce Hosa. I think that's how they pronounce it. I'm more interested in the University of South Africa. Look at the University of South Africa. French, Mandarin, Portuguese, Northern Sotho, Swati, Venda, Tsonga, Hosa, Southern Sotho, Tswana, Zulu, Ndebele. So that one excites me, because this is an African university practically teaching all the official languages or national languages of South Africa. I find that interesting. Now let's move much faster. You can see KwaZulu-Natal. By the way, about KwaZulu-Natal, another thing that interests me, I read that when you go to KwaZulu-Natal, every student there must learn Zulu. Whether you come from Europe, whether you come from other parts of South Africa, you learn Zulu, and that they are planning to make Zulu the language of instruction. They want to do all the university teaching in Zulu. And personally, I'm dreaming of a day when we can have a university in Uganda where everything is taught in Luganda. Or in Luo, or in Runyakitara, or in Ateso. Why not? Why not? If you go to Iceland, they have 300,000 people, and they teach everything in Icelandic. I remember one day I met those people from Iceland, and they asked them, "In which language do you teach?" And they looked at me surprised. Icelandic, of course. You want us to teach in what? Icelandic. And they are 300,000 people. How many people speak Luganda in this country, for instance? Why do we think that we can only learn if we are taught in a foreign language? Who told us that in order to understand what you are saying best, you have to use a foreign language? Why don't the Chinese use English? Aren't they becoming a world? Aren't they probably the first power right now? Probably, although they don't say it. They are they say, no, we are number 2, we are developing, and so on and so forth. But they are probably the first power. Don't they use Chinese? How about the Koreans? How many are they, the Koreans? Maybe 40 million or what? Don't they use Korean? Why should the Yorubas, who are probably, because Nigeria has about 200 million people, who are about maybe 40 million Yorubas or 50 million, why do they have to use English? Why? How about the Hausas? Maybe 50 million. There seems to be something fundamentally lacking in Africans. And the sooner we realize that, the better. The sooner we realize that being educated does not mean speaking English or French, the sooner we realize that, the better. And we are far from realizing that, including us, the educated. You take your child to school, to nursery, and you teach that child in English. The child hardly knows their language, and you teach them in English. Then when they come to primary now, the policy is that when you come to primary, use your mother tongue as much as possible. But now in nursery, you are teaching English. What is that? So we have to think about those things. But let's continue. You can see, look at the University of Lagos, French, German, Russian, Italian, Chinese, Yoruba, that's good, and Hausa, 2 African languages. But remember that Nigeria has more than 100 languages, if not 200. Look at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. These are very powerful universities in Nigeria. French, German, Russian, Igbo. Ahmad Bello University, when I was there, it was the largest university in Nigeria. And I can see only Hausa, French, and Arabic. I'm interested in that university in Senegal there, Sheikh Anta Diop University in Dakar. They have a lot of foreign language, that's good. I don't see a single African language, not even Wolof, because you remember Wolof is one of the major languages in West Africa. I don't see any. Eduardo Mondlane University in Maputo, Mozambique. You can see the languages there. And you know, Portugal really colonized. We are all colonized, but Portugal did a very good job. Because the people there, even they lost all even their names. They lost their names. Many of them, that's why you have Dos Santos, Marcelino Dos Santos, what. So that's why you see there, you cannot see any African language being taught. Why am I saying this? Compare that now with Uganda. See how far Makerere has gone. That's not all. We are already teaching Luo, Runyakitara, Luganda, Kiswahili. Ateso is coming on board. Lusoga is coming on board. And I think sooner than later, Lugbara. To me, that's the way to go. It is very good to learn foreign languages. We need them. But that should not be to the detriment of our own languages. In fact, I would go further. I'm not very structured in my presentation, but don't worry. I would go further to ask the representatives of our ambassadors here that while we appreciate the support you are giving us to teach your languages, I would ask you, once in a while, when we come to you to ask you, please, can you give us a bit of money to develop our own languages? Please give us. Because that will show that you really care for us. That you also care for our growth. Because I am convinced that an individual who does not know who he or she is, which is the case with many Africans, we don't know who we are. That's why we are running to Europe every day. We are running to the Middle East, sinking in the Mediterranean Sea, being humiliated in the, as you know, simply because we don't know who we are, we don't know what we want. So our friends from abroad who want to help us, please help us to know who we are and to respect ourselves. Now, I'm going to go very, very fast now because my time is over. Madam Dean gave me 15 minutes, and I hope I still have how many? 2. 3. Out of 15 minutes, I still have 3. Now, quickly, the situation at Makerere. Kiswahili is doing very well. It's moving, and we are very happy with that. Because government has at last reacted by making it, not only an official language, but giving it the possibility to grow. And we are happy with that so that we can join with this, with Kenya, Tanzania, the DRC, and so on. Better late than never. So we are happy with Kiswahili. And by the way, this Kiswahili, when I came to Makerere, it was not being taught. It had been, when I asked, I was told, well, we don't have teachers. So when I became dean, I just quietly put it back and admitted students. And when the students were admitted, it had to be taught. And it has been taught since then. Luganda is doing well. It has been taught since 1976 from my figures. And they have more than 200 students undergraduate. At masters, a new master's is coming, but right now they're doing a master's in African languages. So that is a language which is there to stay, and we are happy with Luganda. Runyakitara, and I was among those who started it, is not doing badly. Interestingly, Kabale University, where I am right now, are doing much better in Runyakitara because they do it with education. So the sooner we have Runyakitara here with education, and that should be the same with Luo and with Ateso, then we can have students coming. But if they come for the Bachelor of Arts, that one does not work because our Bachelor of Arts has never been very popular. Very quickly, Luo, I've talked a little bit about it. It is coming. Because the beautiful thing with Ateso, Luo, Runyakitara, and so on, is that they are all now taught in secondary schools up to A level, and therefore, we should be able to receive them at Makerere University, but especially in education. French has been doing well, and I'm one of the pioneers in a way of French. It was started in 1957. It has recently we introduced a master's in French, and as you can see there, more than 200 candidates start for A level, 500 for O level. The support for French has been dwindling. I don't know whether Dr. Natkunda, you accept, the support for French has been dwindling. When I asked about scholarships, I was told that now they prefer giving scholarships to science students or something like that. That's okay, but if that's their policy, that is fine. But otherwise, French is well established in this country. German is quite focused. It does not train too many people, but it's focused and it gives scholarships. People go to Germany. And by the way, I hear more and more people are doing evening classes or short courses in German because many of them hope to go and work or study in Germany, which is good. Arabic started in the 70s during Idi Amin, consolidated in 2003, and that is the language which is doing well. Chinese, I was the first director of the Confucius Institute, so I was involved in its beginning, and I would like to see Dr. Jong. Can you stand up, Dr. Jong? Can you stand up so that people see you? We were together. He was here when we were starting Chinese here. And in a brief about Chinese, it's likely to overtake French as the most widely taught language in Uganda. Why? Because of the strategies. Because we recruit teachers from secondary schools, take them to Lianzi, that is the institute where Madame is the director, train them for 9 months, and they go back and teach Chinese in secondary schools. As we talk now, 120 of them have already been trained, and the Chinese government has accepted to train 500 more in a period of 5 years. So you can imagine the 500 plus 120, when they go into schools plus that multiplier effect. So most likely within 4 or 5 years, Chinese will overtake French as the first foreign language in this country. And by the way, another interesting thing is happening in Madame Wang's institution. She recruits students who have finished A level, takes them for 2 years of intensive Chinese training. 2 years, they are studying every day from 8 o'clock to 5 in the evening, plus Saturday. Also gives them IT knowledge and physical exercise and music. I can assure you, when those students come out within 2 years, they will beat our students who have done degrees here in Makerere. And when they go on for further studies, they are going to do very well. The Luyan's experience or experiment is worth following. Spanish, we have started it thanks to Professor Natkunda, and the rest, you can see for yourselves the challenges which I have put, but the most important to me is the attitude of our population to humanities. And this idea of looking down on humanities is discouraging and it's not good, because before you do anything, before you learn sciences, before you do what, you must know yourself and you must think. I thank you.
Hello, I did not hear a professorial clap. Professor, thank you so much. Forgive us for hurrying you, but we started with rain in the morning, and it has caused us to be a bit late, and therefore we have to cut on everything. We are now going to hear a few comments from our panelists, and then we will take the questions and answers on perspectives of language teaching. I will begin by inviting Madame Yading, Bao Yading, you'll correct my pronunciation, who is from the Confucius Institute. She has been given an English name of Daisy Bao. She graduated from Jiang Normal University, but right now she's also here under the MOU with Shangtan University. A few comments, Madame Daisy Bao.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here to attend this communication activity for language, literature, and linguistics. You see, I also to learn more about the linguistics. I am a Chinese teacher here. So today, at this moment, I just, on behalf of the Confucius Institute of my colleagues, to express my sincerely honesty to all of you to invite us to attend this activity. And I and my colleagues will be very, very welcome you who are interested in know more about Chinese language and culture in our Confucius Institute to learn Chinese language and know more about Chinese culture. I will be very, very happy to teach you how to speak Chinese language. And I also will be very happy to share about some Chinese culture, and as well as my colleagues for other teachers. So, you see, I am a Chinese man, so my English is not very good. I hope I can learn English very well, and maybe you can learn Chinese well. We can talk to each other to know more about our ideas, our different methods. So that's why we need to learn language, right? And I see the literature also to represent, to refer to the different cultures and the different methods. That's why we need to learn language. So different languages on behalf of the different culture, different method, different idea. So I and my colleagues very well welcome and encourage you to attend us to learn more about Chinese culture and language. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daisy Bao. Thank you very much. We now invite Dr. Ibrahim Sali, who is here representing the MOU that we have between the Department of European and Oriental Languages and the Embassy of Saudi Arabia. I hope you'll start in Arabic.
Okay. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala ashrafil mursalin sayyidina nabiyana maulana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsan ila yawmiddin. Thank you, Prof. Protocol observed because of time. Make very few remarks, 1 or 2, 3. One, I want to congratulate our Dean. I want to congratulate our Principal, Chus. And I want to congratulate all our colleagues for this wonderful event. All my years in Makerere, I've never seen this. And I pray through the Dean and through our Principal, to our Vice Chancellor, and to all our colleagues, let's make this an annual event. It's very, very motivating, very encouraging. I saw it when I was taking through our students into through the rehearsals. They are very energized. We got to know them more, apart from interacting with them in class and teaching coursework and the rest. I think this is a very good thing. I pray that we have it annually. 2, greetings from the Embassy of Saudi Arabia. The ambassador would have loved to be with us here, but he has failed and has requested me to represent him, and he's with us in spirit. 3, Professor has talked about requesting our donors and our partners to also support local languages. We had done that with my professor when we got the first grant that we talked about of the 90,000, where we had about 60 students benefiting from that. We had requested that in our next program that they also consider supporting some of our local languages, but this is something that stopped because of COVID, but we are working very hard to see that we do the second program. They committed when they attended our graduation ceremony in 2019. We are working on the modalities. Finally, on the Arabic language, very quickly, I don't want to leave without mentioning this. As we celebrate 100 years of Makerere University, Arabic language is celebrating 18 years. Officially being taught in this university. But this raises and poses a very big question. We all know that Arabic arrived here before any other these languages. That is around in the 18th century, 1844. There are various dates that are put by historians, but to be exact, that's the time. It preceded all these other cultures and civilizations. And now, it is the last, actually, it's one of the last two, because if it came in, we started around 2003, 2004. That is about 82 years after the establishment of the university. When you look at French and German, records show that people were in the university at that time, they started thinking about teaching about, that is 1944, then eventually French starting in 1954, and then going forward, and German 64. That means French, or the administrators of the university at that time, they started thinking about these languages about 20 years after the. Now this raises a very big question, and the answer to this lies in the history, because I'll try to be as brief as possible. When the Europeans were coming, they came with deliberate and systematic approach of of work. They had political and religious objectives. We won't go into that. Unlike the Arabs who came and they were not systematic and they did not have, they just came in for trade. We all know the history and the rest. So this confined Arabic to only Muslim community. There are very many factors and reasons that call for time to go into that details, but it confined Arabic to Islamic religion. Actually, here people, and this is where I want to, this is the issue I want to address when I'm addressing people here, that even people sometimes they call it all Islam. Yet these are two different. You have Islam and you have the language. Yes, true, the Islam was, I mean, Arabic carried Islam, but still there are two different things. With an evidence that there are Arabs who are not Muslims. There are Arabs who are not Muslims. And this is what shaped our agenda when we were starting Arabic, when I approached Professor Muranga. That was during the golden days of Professor Ndolerire. And I led the team. We worked together, Professor Baz, Professor Muranga, Professor Natukunda, and others. And this formed our teaching of Arabic. Here we are teaching it as a language and not only, I mean, it's not for religious purposes. It's open, we teach it. And when you look even at what we teach, the trends of what we teach, it's like, we teach it like any other language. Arabic for translation, Arabic for business, Arabic for specific purposes. And we are working to see that it serves other areas of education. So my point here is that let us look beyond. When we talk about the grant, we are talking about the one we got from Saudi Arabian embassy. We had students even who are not Muslims. So my appeal to the general public, my appeal to the students, don't look at it from that angle only. Come and learn this language as any other language. There is a lot to benefit from that language. Thank you so much. Maybe when time allows, we shall be presenting a detailed academic paper on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. But I hope during the question and answer session, we're going to ask you, when is the MA Arabic Studies coming?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, for having me here at this celebrations, the 100 years celebration.
Excuse me. Yes. I am very sorry.
It's fine. I would introduce myself if it's okay.
In the morning?
No, what?
In the morning you introduce yourself?
No, I will do now, or you can.
Oh, let me give the honor.
Sorry.
I am very, very sorry. I was very worried about time, and I forgot to introduce our honored guest, our distinguished guest from the Goethe Zentrum, Kampala. Have I pronounced it correctly?
Almost. I do it. Okay.
And we have here Mr. Christian Carterhart.
Yes.
Who is representing the cooperation that we've been having between the German section, where we teach the bachelor's program, and the center, where there are other programs of certificate, proficiency, etc. But we have benefited from a very good relationship with the Goethe Zentrum Kampala. We have been presenting plays with them. We have had performances where they help us also culturally, and we are very, very happy that we've been able to honor our invitation and to represent the German embassy, which has been behind supporting us for very, very many years. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Dankeschön. Yeah, okay. The Goethe Zentrum, this OE is pronounced like an Ö. Goethe Zentrum. Kampala is also the Uganda German Cultural Society. So we are a local NGO here in Uganda, promoting language and culture, not only German, but also Ugandan culture and language. So we are, you are asking how to promote the local languages. We are also offering Luganda, unfortunately only Luganda, but still, it's our kind of also contribution, not on an academic level like here, but for everybody who is interested and take some classes. But mainly, we are teaching German, offering German on all levels actually, and we are seeing there is a demand. There is really a demand for Ugandans learning German for whatever reason. People want to go for internships, for vocational trainings, also to study to Germany. And I want to pick up your story of the scholarship you received from the French. I heard similar stories all over the world so far. Okay, my perspective is the German, but it all started with scholarships, with the support to go to another place, to learn the other, not only language, but also culture, and coming back at some point as a trained trainer of trainers. So you're teaching afterwards. This is what a lot of people do coming from those scholarships. Having a variety of chances in actually every field of profession. So learning a language, and I'm speaking from the German perspective, learning German opened or hires your value in the job market, right? That is valid for all the languages. And where do we start? We don't start at university to learn the language. We start earlier. We start at schools. And what I experienced in the last 2 years I am working here is that there was a change in the curriculum. So somehow languages are competing in secondary schools with MINT subjects. Yeah, so technology and science are the ones we are competing with. So we realized a drop in students teaching or schools teaching German, which leads at some point to less students here at university, maybe. And what I said, we are seeing the demand. People want to learn German. We have the most students or the most enrollments this last year ever at our institution. So it was like 1,200 students we had for German. So you see where they are coming from. It's really different fields, but they are seeing their opportunities in learning the language. And it's not only for visa requirements, it's also for educate yourself, to have a higher value on the job market. So, as I said, I heard those stories even in China, in Hangzhou. I have been at the university, at the German section, and the teachers there are telling the same. That was this opportunity. Now we are here in China teaching German and have a close connection to the other culture from the other part of the world. Same in Thailand, in Kyrgyzstan. So it was all over the place. So that's why, yes, let's promote language. Let's teach the languages, and yeah, widen your horizon. Languages brings people together. This is my personal standpoint. Yes, I finish with that. Okay, first English, then translation. Yes. Languages bring people together, same as food. I'm a chef by profession, actually, so I know that people come together on the table. Also, Sprachen bringen die Menschen zusammen, genauso wie das Essen. Das kann ich aus meiner Perspektive als Koch behaupten, und das ist meine Erfahrung, und vielen Dank. Thank you.
Ja. Before we can hear from Dr. Nachiwala, I have the pleasure of underlining the importance of students' clubs in the languages. And I have the singular pleasure of recognizing the chairperson of the French club, le président du Club de Français. These people are great. They help us to popularize the language. And therefore, if your subject doesn't have a club, please, from today onwards, start, because it is important. Les clubs sont importants parce qu'ils promeuvent la langue, ils nous aident à faire la mobilisation et la popularisation de la langue. Merci beaucoup, Club de Français. Now we can go to the official language of the opening day. Before she speaks also, allow me to recognize the people who help us in putting together marks, in registering. I would like to recognize our school academic registrar. Please, if she can just wave for recognition. Thank you very much. I also would like to recognize other disciplines which have come from the liberal arts and from social sciences. Professor Hamarwa. Professor Kasozi was around, but he seems to have already left. But you can tell him that we recognized him coming from philosophy. Now, Dr. Nachiwala, senior lecturer, head of department, journalism and communication. I think she's the third. Since the department began. She has worked in various projects. She has worked in various projects with teams to support the work of communication in Ministry of Health, in other agencies such as USAID, GIZ, World Vision International. She comes to the department with the experience of a practitioner, and that makes it richer. It makes her a richer contribution to the school. She doesn't just do academics. She's also the General Secretary of the Makerere University Muslim Staff Association. I must say that yes, I was impressed with her when she did her defense of her proposal for PhD. I saw in her a talent of a Muslim young lady, young scholar, but who was so confident, so bold. I'm happy you joined us as staff.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I've been asked to give our view as the Department of Journalism and Communication on the perspective of language teaching at Makerere University. I think I want to speak again, coming off from what Professor Ndorerire has been talking about in regard to the importance of languages in our teaching and our learning and everything else we do. I want to start by saying that the business of the Department of Journalism and Communication is the business of language. The work that we do in the media, in journalism and communication is a function of language. We thrive on language, and therefore we take teaching and learning of languages very, very seriously. In the beginning, when the Department of Mass Communication then started, the emphasis was on allowing our students and requesting our students to study Oriental languages. So in those years, students mainly studied French and Germany. In 2010, our curriculum morphed from then the Bachelor of Mass Communication to now the Bachelor of Journalism and Communication. And we expanded our scope of language teaching and incorporated the teaching of African languages. And that has helped us so much. It has helped the students who go through the program and the students who graduate from our department. And I want to draw your attention to the growth and development of local language media, Bukede, Orumuri, and all these other radio stations that broadcast in Luganda. Those different media outlets, signify
the importance of local language, of African languages, and the importance, therefore, of training any journalist or a communications practitioner who is going to go through a media and journalism school to develop their competences in these languages, because if they don't have the competence, it means that these different local language media stations cannot develop. We also know that the media are cultural industries. They allow us to understand how to use language by influencing how we use it, but they also mirror how we use language in our societies. So that means that any student or any graduate of journalism and communication who does not understand how to use language and does not understand what languages are used in the communities and the society that they are going to serve will not be competent enough to deliver what they are expected to deliver. So we are very, very glad and very thankful to the school that they have allowed our students to continue coming to study these African languages. And I see some of our students here who report, like this man here reports in Buked, and he used to be one of our best students. So you see what the languages are doing for us. So I think that's what I wanted to share from the Department of Journalism and Communication, and to say that languages are very pertinent to what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I can invite Mrs. Shali Byakutaga, I wanted also to recognize the junior support staff who help us to keep the offices clean, to take messages, to coordinate in different units. I see here represented Muchara Charimpa, Ninkshabango Imukeho, Bakuvre Bakutere Mungarabu Murmurundi Gorkora. Webare Mnonga, Webare. Okay, now we are going to go to Mrs. Shali Byakutaga. Mrs. Shali Byakutaga, there are so many attributes. I don't know where to start and where to end, but briefly speaking, she was a founder of Runyakitara teaching here at Makerere. She is a proliferant author in children's books, in teaching primers in the local languages. She is an educationalist because she runs a school, and in her school, she puts a lot of emphasis on the learning of local languages. She also is an expert in sub-Saharan Africa on literacy, encouraging literacy in our local languages. She believes that if a person cannot read, then that person cannot be educated. And I think she will talk about maybe some of the methods that she uses. But today here we want to recognize her for the work that she did in contributing for the starting of Runyakitara at the school. Thank you very much, and you're welcome to say a few words and a poem for this occasion.
Kyamazima tulimu, Kampala tulimu, na Bungereza tuliyo. Bumba ninkone nongo, singoma abandi babaze byabo. Oh, kyamazima. Wewe kyamananu, kyamazima tulimu, singoma. Tamanyira mabara gange kyamananu ko. Tankaguza barubara. Otankaguza nabateso. Onkaguza banyoro tulimu.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, generous introduction. For me, it's a homecoming because I really feel overwhelmed by seeing all the different people, the ones I started with first day here as undergraduates, Professor Chiyimba Abbas. We started together here, and my colleagues and many others, so I feel overwhelmed. I decided to come with two important people in my life. One of them is my daughter, Samantha. Can you stand up? She represents my family members
most of whom were born here. And my niece Lydia, who is a senior 3 student, stand up, to motivate her to see what goes on at a university. She's in senior 3 Kiebambe Girls School. So I bring experience from the field. After working here for some 13 years, I moved on to an organization which recognizes language. And this is US Peace Corps. This is an American organization where they put a lot of money on teaching local languages to their volunteers so that when they go out in the field, they can talk to the local people. So when I was there, I really saw the importance of continuing with language, local language out in the field, and they've produced over 15 language manuals in the local languages of Uganda. After my contract with the Peace Corps, I moved on in many different places. And this is what I found. One, a very strong love for the preservation of our languages, especially by the older people. I also saw the need for income generation by the local languages. If, for example, someone is asked to do a local language, they say, what am I gaining? If there is some income attached to it, then you see that the attitude changes. I also saw that people have written. Many manuscripts are there on people's shelves. But because the local languages are not selling, the publishers do not take those manuscripts for publication. So, on the trends of teaching language at the university, I saw that out there, still people view Makerere as the elites who cannot come down to the local people. But to me, our challenge today is we have to break those walls and move out to the people out there. How? One, I call it intentional language board collaboration. There are language boards out there which are trying to preserve the languages. The School of Languages can go out there and work with those people. And also to be a service language, a service course to add value to School of Medicine, for example, agriculture, forestry, community psychology. All those people go down, their clients are the grassroots people. You can do tailor-made courses for those people. Now we'll go to the poem. So when I saw that at secondary school, they did not have poetry books, drama, novels, I came up with a poem, a poetry book called Ebitongero Nyaburungi, beautiful poems. This is not directly related to the occasion here, but it's contemporary poetry. It is in Runyoro Rutoro, and it is entitled Entebe Enu Ikaliza Munana. It's about public transport. Ogwo mwana muhimbo mukwate, iwe haji, wesikemo mu maiso. Nyina barongo, enyugunu gichusi. Iwe mama omukoto wefunze. Iwe kaguni, ija kunwa mukarugu. Abwoli small, yemera hanun. Owamaguru mareira, gakwato gafunyemu. Owenko kera gituru kya heru. Timanyira habwaki mulemerwe, kwefunza mukaika mumotoka. Enu entebe ikaliza munana. N'abatano balemere kujyaho. Bamafukuma nubo banyohire. Lero losi enyizire kiro kino. Lengero lya rukwija abagenzi. kandi byo byona nkugamba nyiziru manya noha nkingulire kiro kinu losi yonka niyentunulire nojyahiwe mawe masimolo kandi nkwete kaguna ngu na Juma entebe enu ikaliza 8 mufunde simola ikari ntahura kugamba na sasa ntahura kugamba irayo ngu irayo iwe kawanyide tukira entebe enu ikaliza 8 nafande kiromba akimanyire obu munywisa akachayi achulera ampaisa ati okupakiro kakusoma owo musonda inamirao chali akanda kukakutemba mugongo akandi okahimbira omubikya oto twana ntuhehuka buhehuka iwe mukaikuru ekitambi kifunyizi okuhansi nikitwara omwanya ensaho yawe ogisimbe ha maguru oho mwanya kaguna ikari entebe enu ikaliza 8 kondakita iwe temba mu butu enu butu ikaliza 8 ikaliza 8 obwe ebintu habitali terekereza drum ya waragi kyakabale agikareho maranywa hakahoho muchamuke atanywa waragi enwe yange tatemba iwe mugurusi ekanzo yawe gizinge omumpalo omunho ogisomeke ekanzo yawe netwara omwanya enyungu yawe gizimye tatuoki eke kidomora kirum petrole enkofira gijumule habibero akanda ako kaikaro munda egi yona mugisa yoruzaro otatina mugurusi kiryoke enu niyo nyonyi ya hansi ohuru no mumaiso ikaliza 8 abataito small mukaga omukoto kaguna wa musanju na derevu no wa 8 enu yange ebanyonyi ndahiri nafande kirombi agigayuka obu munywisa akantu kadogo agihaisa kupakiro kakusoma twagenda kusimbura abarungi owensesemi onywana kavera ndumo mugongo omweko gunywezi owa ai eyange tatemba
Kirandongo tuliyo ekyamazima tulimu mama kyamananu tuliyo na Kampala tulimu.
Briefly, she was talking about a taxi. I think it was going to Chiboga. Or maybe Hoima. Probably Hoima. And in the seat of 4, you have to fit in 8. Even in the boot, they are 8. Even in front, they are 8. She was telling the small ones like Professor Susan Chiguli also to shape up. The bigger ones with kanzus like Professor Bastiimba to hold the kanzus, put the luggages on the laps and the children on the laps so that the whole taxi could have 3 times 8. That makes it 24. So you can see that poem is entertaining, at the same time it's educative, because it talks about our behavior when we are in the transport system. Thank you very much. Thank you, Auntie Shirley. I don't know if we have managed to get that photo. Have we? That photo, Auntie Shirley, can you comment about a historical photo? It's there. Yes, we are showing it on the screen. Can you comment about it? Professor, please come and see this photo. It is a historical photo. Quickly.
This was a celebration we had, I think, a century of existence at the Institute of, I call it, at that time, the Institute of Languages.
A century or 50 years?
50 years. And of course, we have our late Dr. Kaselina Matovu in purple. And we have Professor Muranga for German. I'm in the middle. We have Mr. Kadu, French, and Mr. Chiimba. I don't know if you can recognize yourself.
Can you see Professor Chiimba?
Yes.
Do you see the tight fit trousers?
Then Professor Ndolelire standing. Oh. And the little Jane Alowo. Yes.
Yes, the innocent Jane Alowo. And then Professor Oswald Ndolelire, open shirt. Have you noticed?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Then Ronald Kabugo.
Then Dr. Merit Kabugo. Dr. Merit Kabugo, young Chijana. Thank you so much. We remember those who have departed. We thank those who are still with us and supporting us even from afar. Professor Muranga has been supervising all our PhDs in German and masters in German and recommending us for different opportunities. We still thank them for serving the languages where they are. Mr. Martin Kadu went on to serve l'Union Africaine, African Union, where he's been a translator representing us as our school there. We are proud that we've been able to reach that far. Miss Jane Alowo is still here with us, but by the way, she was Her Excellency, the Minister of Culture in Japadola Kingdom. So you can see there are different ways of bringing up languages when you take up the challenges. Now, I've come to the end of my chairpersonship. We are now going to the closing of the panel. We can take only 1 or 2 or 3 questions. Only 1, 2, 3. Only. Yes, please give them a microphone so that we save on time. Quick, 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 quick. Second person has to be a lady. The second person has to be a lady. Any lady who would like to ask a question? Any lady who would like to ask a question? Hey, girls, let's take it up. Girl power, girl power. Where is a lady who wants to make a comment? Yes, there's a lady here, President Apevo. And is there a third question? No, we are taking those 2 only. Thank you very much. You delayed. Okay, we will take 1 member of staff. 3. Those are the 3.
Thank you so much. I'm Nelson Kakumba, and I'm a law student, a finalist. Ndi wano ku Lwankoba Zambogo. You stand up, you stand up, you stand up. So it's us. Those ones are from medicine, these ones are from law school.
Please thank them for coming.
So my question is, I don't know who will answer it, but what's the stake of sign language? Sign language. And another one is
Neda, we are taking one. Okay. We are taking another question from Chirinju. I cannot refuse a senior.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to make a note of one thing about Professor Ndolelire that has not been captured here, which is extremely significant, is that he is the one that took leadership in terms of introducing a range of private courses in Makerere. Secretarial studies, organizational studies, and all that, which absolutely revolutionized the College of Humanities. And that is the foundation of where we are standing now, and we need to appreciate that.
No, that clap is not worth what he did. Those days we had the biggest budget. When they saw that we had a big budget, they cut it. And the evening program stopped. We now go to the girl power.
Thank you. All protocol observed. My name is Agatha Tumwine.
Madame Agatha Tumwine is the president of the Association des Professeurs de Français en Luganda. So we recognize her in her chitibwa.
Thank you, Prof. I'm also from the Department of European and Oriental Languages. And mine is a comment and akalowozo basing on Dr. Nachwala's submission about having our local media, especially newspapers like Orumuri, Etop, and so many other things. Just like they've mentioned, I'm a president of the Association of Teachers of French in Uganda. And recently we wanted to write some articles in our local newspapers. I got to learn that Orumuri is no longer running. I went to the east, Etop was not running. I went up to Mbale to find if there is a local news agency in Rumasaba. They said whatever you want to write, you write it in Luganda, in Bukede. I went up to Kisoro to see if there was an agency writing in Rufumbira. There wasn't. So this is a call to all of us as the School of Languages, Literature and Communication that we really have to do something to see how we can support our local languages. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Moses Lukwago.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of you who have attended this. My award goes to my lecturer, Madam Shali Vyakutaga, who taught me introduction to the study of language when she was still here. And I would like to thank you so much for your contribution, not only in academia, but even outside academia. In most cases, when we are here, yeah, thank you so much. I said mine is not a question, it is just appreciation to my teacher, Shalibi Akutaga, to her contribution in academia and outside academia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, but Dr. Lukwago, surely you should kill a goat and invite her. You can't come and just say thank you. Kumalusu, you killed a goat. Thank you. Professor, we've run out of time. You are answering a question? Please do not complain when lunch is late.
Mine is for Professor Ndolelile. At his inaugural lecture, he asked, when he was for the professorship, he asked a question that has not gone away. And in his keynote, he has not addressed it again about African languages. What is the benefit for the individual students studying African languages? Because in your inaugural lecture, you said that the students registering for African languages look ahead in the future and they see nothing. Whereas the Germans, for the students doing German, once you study German, you get into the German education system, you access free university education. So what is the benefit for the individual student studying an African language? You raised that question, it has not gone away yet. I don't want you to run away from it.
Unfortunately, when you talk to professors, they keep memories and notes. I will comment on the question on sign language. There are many other sub-disciplines that would like to introduce, like, for example, forensic linguistics. We would like to introduce it also. And sign language is one of those that we are thinking about. For the moment, even having the people who can teach at the university level is quite a struggle. But who knows, with our dean who is so dynamic, perhaps in the near future, we will manage to get a scholarship to train some of our students to go abroad, finish masters, and come and also train for us. Because we see many of our students not getting jobs immediately. Yet when you do sign language, you become immediately employable. So the question you're asking is spot on. We should put into place programs that help us to give even marketable skills to our students. Thank you. Now we're going to comment to the questions. Only 1 minute, please, only 1 minute. There's one question One question here, one question there, and one question to Dr. Ndot.
Actually, I also wanted to comment on this sign language question. So this is also a demand we found. We are working as an NGO also with other NGOs, and there is one we partnering with for several years now, DeafLink Uganda, and we had some cultural programs with them. But at some point I asked them, why don't we offer also sign language classes? Yes, it's not on an academic level, but I mean, how academic has it to be to communicate with deaf people? So you just, for the beginning, you just need the vocabulary, right? To how to greet, how to introduce yourself, stuff like this. How every language somehow starts when you learn it. So for the first time, we offered now this class in November, and it was quite a success. So we want to continue with that. But yes, to have it here at university, it's another question. But there are initiatives also in Uganda to how to say, not to expose, but to make them visible, and also to see the basic needs there, to speak face to face and don't talk to the other direction, yeah, because they have to see your mouth, yeah, they have to see your hands. Basic things to teach, to be aware of also people only communicating in that language. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to allow Dr. Nachiwala to comment a little on media coverages in local languages so that she can go for Juma. I hope you understand.
Thank you very much, Prof. Just to Agatha and the rest of the members here who are very interested in local language media, it's true that local language media, especially the papers, have been crumbling over time. But again, I think I want to say that it's a call on us as a school to continue to promote the use of these languages for business and other things, so that then the investors in the media can see that these are languages that must be used. But also we need to continue encouraging the private investors to invest in these languages and the kinds of media outlets that publish in these languages. Thank you. Can I now go for Swala?
Yes, you can go. Please let us thank Dr. Nachiwala. Thank you so much. Shukran. Please pray for us. Don't forget us. And maybe on that note, I would like to comment to Professor Oswald Ndorerire. Since you have the ears of the kingdom, can you interest them in taking up coverage, media coverage in local languages, please? Because it is critical for the future. Yes, now we're going to Mrs. Yakutaga.
Okay.
1
Thank
minute.
you. Thank you very
Strictly.
much. Yes, I'm responding to Professor Chiimba's question. Earlier on, when students were taking local languages at O and A level, they would see it as a step to come to university and continue with the subject. So that was a great motivator for them. But at the moment, with the new curriculum, local languages have become optional, and many students are dropping them. So my request is that lobbying from the top, because the university can lobby with other language lovers to see that this education policy review commission takes these points into consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Adding on to Dr. Nakiwala's response to Dr. Agatha. Dr. Agatha, we normally call people what we wish them. Very soon she's going to become a doctor. 1 week, inshallah. We are praying for her. Just recently, NBS laid off about 30 employees. And the CEO, when he was talking about that layoff, he said they were trying to digitally reposition themselves. So even us here, with local languages, we need to, as here in the school, the media and the language departments, we need to go digital. We need to there's a newsletter that Harriet used to work on with Professor in the Runyakitara, and they could not sustain it. Once I was interacting with her, and I told her, you can't, the print media you can't sustain it now. Let's go digital, let's go online, and we also explore that option to be at par with the technological development of the world today. Thank you so much.
Professor, 1 minute only.
30 seconds.
Yes, please.
About Professor Chimba's question, for me, my answer really, I cannot say you do local language, therefore you will have scholarships, whether, and so on and so forth. For me, it is just to sensitize the young, the youth. Because today you are here with us, tomorrow you will be our ministers, you will be our presidents, you will be the business people, you will be the entrepreneurs, to sensitize you that if you are not conscious of our situation, as far as language is concerned and as far as the African personality is concerned, we are going nowhere. So for us, we are on our way out. We shall soon go to heaven. Hopefully not hell.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Oh yeah, sure. But you who are here for another 60 years, remember that is your challenge. As we try to lobby the powers that be and so on and so forth, but remember you are there. And it's your challenge to make sure that you as a people, you survive. Not only the skin, but what there is inside the skin.
Thank you very much. Please, an applause. I'm going to surprise Professor Mshenjezi to say one word, because he's the only Vice Chancellor who has come to our day. Surely.
Thank you, Professor. It's a joy to be back home in Makerere, where I studied and worked for over 20 years. Yeah. So this is my first home, and at UCU, I'm a missionary from Makerere. There is no language that is useless. I speak over 8 languages. And wherever I go, the language works for me. Therefore, embrace languages because it is a tool of communication. And it is a tool of business. Therefore, you cannot avoid languages. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. I knew that he has now become a priest, a pastor, and he has blessed us. You can hear even the sound has gone, very Solomon. God bless you. Certainly, certainly, certainly. We are very happy to have invested in you. As they say in Rotoro, if you see a good stick, you break it, bringing it to Makerere. We can come as consultants. You have seen the width of languages which are available and the skills available. Please, when you invite us, even to set up a center of business in languages, we have the models. We can come and work with UCU. We also recognize Chambogo University, which is represented by Dr. John Chintu, here present with us. As I told you, he was a founder of Runyakitara, and he's still with us. We are publishing together in harmony. Thank you very much. Now, my powers are coming to an end, but I would like, before I hand over the microphone, to really thank you. First of all, to thank the students. Please clap for the students. The students of languages, you've made the day very dramatic, very flowery. You've invested time and performance and dress codes. Abavudde mu schools endala ne colleges endala mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala temujjanga okwo. Thank you so much, everybody. Our panelists, the last round of applause. Our panelists, you can see how flowery we are in our School of Languages, Literature, and Communication. We are blessed to have so many languages, and here we just have a sample. We have so many others that we have not been able to bring to the stage. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you very much. DJ, ka music tukone. Thank you. Sometimes like money. Paper, cash, no worry. I don't need more money. Merci beaucoup, Professor Natkunda. Let's clap for Professor Natkunda for ably chairing this session. Let's also clap for the keynote speaker, Professor Ndorolile, for raising points of discussion, and for all the panelists. Thank you so much. Mwebale ino, mwebale munonga, afoyo matek. We take note of members of staff who are here teaching in different units. Can members of staff teaching in literature please stand up for recognition? Literature. Okay, our dear poet. African languages. Thank you, you're welcome. European and Oriental languages. You can see Professor Natkunda is the morale booster. Journalism and communication. Okay, I can see some at the back. Linguistics, English language studies and communication skills. Okay. Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you our dear students for being such a great audience. Let's clap for ourselves for being such a great audience. Yes, literature. Yes, we call it literature. Department of Literature, Professor Mushenjezi, please stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like in a special way to recognize once again Professor Aaron Mushenjezi. He's our immediate past dean of the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication. And now, he's a very special person. He's a vice chancellor, so we know we are in things here at School of Languages. So when things go bad here, we know we can run somewhere, and we shall be recognized very, very fast.
We are actually the thing itself. We are not only in things, but we are the thing itself.
Great. So time is really running out. Next on stage, we are going to have a poem by the Arabic section. It's an Arabic poem. I hope they are ready. As we told you, we have a cocktail of activities presented in different languages. Yes. Presenters of the poem in Arabic, can you please come on stage? And thereafter, we shall have a book launch. Immediately after, we shall have a book launch. So if anyone is going to participate in that activity, please get closer.
Arabic, we are waiting.
Once again, we welcome you all to this event. I can see the students have really honored. They have come in very big numbers. Very soon we shall have the performers of the Arabic poem on stage. Thank you very much for honoring the invitation. And I would like to also welcome in a special way the students that have just been introduced, the Nkoba Zambogo students who are not part of our school, but have honored and also come to be part of this event. Thank you for coming, and please tell the community in CHS and the community in School of Law that there's a lot that they can gain by partnering or being closer to School of Languages, Literature and Communication. As it has already been said, we are the communicators, and you need language to pass on whatever information, either medical or legal. So you're most welcome to witness the cultural diversity in the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. Presenters of Arabic poem. Maybe just to make mention, during this celebration, we are going to have a recitation or recitations of 2 poems, which 2 poems will be a recognition of one of our own, Professor Susan Chiguli. Those 2 poems were written by Professor Susan Chiguli. One was written in Luganda and translated into English, but today it will be presented in more than 2 languages. And another was written in English, and it has been translated also in various languages that are taught in the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. So as we celebrate Makerere at University at 100, we are also celebrating the people who have done a great job in advancing studies of the disciplines in the school, and Professor Susan Chiguli is one of those. Let's give her a hand clap. Professor Susan Chiguli, we would like to recognize you at this very moment. Let people see you. Poems that are going to be recited here in different languages. That's Professor Susan Chiguli. Okay, right on stage we have the performers of the Arabic poem.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam.
مكرر أصل والجامعات فروعها بدر تلاشت في السماء نجومها نار أبناءها كم من رئيس في أوغندا أو حولها منها هنا رام سياسة ودهاءها
من Nyerere au Kibaki au Miltoni wa Josefu Kabila min safwi khirijiha Makerere aikatun fi sharki Afriqiya تقتات عالم من فيض ثمراتها شمس تجلت في السماء لعالم ليلا ونهارا لم توارى بغروبها مكيريري وحين أتانا بريطاني مستعملا غطت قلوبا كمدا من زوال ملوكها
ولما توارى مستعمر بحجابه من خلفه جامعة في عل أغصانها فاستفتحت كل مملكة سبلها وارتوت حتى تحققت أهدافها قد زحزحت عن دولة ظلامها واستنورت حتى كشفت ديجورها ميدان الجري وسبق في أمها ميدان الجري وسبق في أمها والعبقري دوما أحسبه مديرها
Baryo mureba wabanabasi na wango kullu kiramun wa mamdanun min durri kullu kiramun wa mamdanun min durri kutabuha bali na wango daidanun وسياسة مثل السلاسل في مرونة وصمودها مجدف في سهر مجدف في سهر ومعينه لا يخشى جهفرا أو قربة ومذاقها قد ناب فيها حميمه ومعينه هذا كاكومبا عمر للرضا مفتاحها
السيدة الأولى والرئيس مسافني أسدى أمانا للتقى وصنوفها لاهت طيور في آفاق الجامعة من كل جنس للديانة وعبادها كم معبد من كنيسة أو مسجد قد أسست في أوغندا وربوعها يا اللهم ارفع قدر البلاد وحكومة وآت الرئيس حكمة ليقودها.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Shukrani, Arabic team. We need to move first to the book launch. And for the book launch, I'm going to invite Dr. Stephen Wandela to lead us in the book launch.
A simple correction, Samuel Wandera. But Stephen
I am also Stephen, though not known publicly. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. Today is a very great day at this university, and the School of Languages, Literature and Communication is celebrating its first ever open day. Different languages and cultures are coming together. Scientists are proud of what they do, but I want to tell you that sciences fall under languages. So languages were a power. On this day, we have 2 book launches and a journal. I am not the one launching. Many say I resemble Professor Nawangwe. I'm not the one. We have someone whom I am going to ambush. I am sorry. And that person is a very organized person, ever punctual, ever upright, intelligent, got a first class at first degree, went and studied in the US for his master's, his PhD. I remember he narrated me one time when they were telling him to make corrections in his PhD after defending. He thought he had lost it, but within a week he was done and invited his wife from Uganda to rush over to the US to go and finish it. A very supportive man, none other than Professor Aaron Mushenjezi. Sorry for ambushing you. I did not warn him, but he's ever ready. Professor Mushenjezi is the Vice Chancellor of Uganda Christian University in Mukono. A round of applause for him. And as you have already heard, he was in this school of languages before. He's the former dean for this very school, and we thank him that he has accepted our invitation to come over. So we have one of the books, I cannot raise it, but he will, is Ludic Activities in Foreign Language Learning, the KAVIF project in Uganda. The main authors are Edith Ruth Natukunda Togboa, who is in the house with us, and Professor Oswald Ndolerire. So in this book, we had French camps organizing students to go out and camp in Jinja, and then we did some data collection from the campers and came up with papers, and we have several book chapters in it. The main authors, Professor Natukunda is here with us. You have already seen her. And Professor Oswald Ndolerire from Kabale University now. The second book Professor Mushenjezi is going to look is a dictionary and grammatical sketch of Lururi Runyara. In Africa, we have always looked for dictionaries in English and French, German, etc., languages from elsewhere. Now, the main author here is Dr. Sauda Namialo, who, yes, she has reached. We have Alena Wislak Makravich, Anatol Kirgwajo is on the far end there. Dr. Amos Atweire, I've not seen him today. Zarina Molocheva, Ruth Mukama is, I think, a professor left her in Kawale, and Margaret Zelas. They have written for us, I can't show you, they have written for us a dictionary in Rururi Runyara. Other languages, you are challenged. And then after launching this, we have a dummy for, we shall sign on the dummy there, a journal for languages, Makerere University. Each one of you at least should chase to have that one. Now, I invite Professor Mushenjezi to launch these books.
Please allow me, audience, all protocol observed, to invite Ms. Agatha Tumwine, who is also a co-author. We are the co-editors, but they are co-authors. We also had chapters in there. And Dr. Samuel Wandera also has a chapter in there. He's here also as a co-author. As we organize, I can say a little bit about the book. I was blessed to have been recommended by Professor Aaron Mushenjezi for a Fulbright fellowship, and I got the fellowship. I went to the University of Connecticut. That's how I managed to do the background work to organize this book, which is about using fun, French for fun. We are taking the example of French, but you can also use it in Luganda, you can use it in Arabic. Today you have seen that when we dance, we tend to enjoy. We are motivated, we are alert. And even when Professor dances, he feels the joy of life. So we were saying that if you put joy in your class, if you put fun in your class, then in the class you're not going to have people who are sleeping. And you're not going to be Miss or Madame or Mr. Piriton. That's how they call us, the ones who make students sleep. Now I've made an introduction, I can give back to the protocol.
Ludich Activities in Foreign Languages by Edith Ruth Natkunda Togbo and Oswald Ndolerire. Congratulations. Can you hold with us? Can we hold together? Prof? Yeah. Okay, so the book is officially launched. Get yourselves copies. Congratulations, the authors. The second book to be launched is a dictionary and grammatical sketch of Ruli Runyara. Congratulations to Dr. Sauda and your team on putting together this wonderful work, and we commend it to you. And so it is my joy and honor to launch the dictionary. Congratulations, the editors. Thank you very much for inviting me. We shall sign, yeah.
I am guided that Professor Chiguli Susan, she's telling us about, she will tell us about something about the journal, more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This journal that we are launching today, I'm just the associate editor, but the editor is not here, Dr. Brian Semujiu. We've been working closely together. We're a number of editors, Dr. Levis Mugumya and Dr. Enoch Sebuyungo, who is supposed to be here, but he is seated right there. Right. This journal is the brainchild of our dean, she thought that it would be very useful for us to have a journal where we, from the languages and communication and literature, can be able to debate our issues and can write. Instead of begging people from other departments, other schools to give us space, we are giving ourselves space. Thank you very much, Dean Dr. Sauda Namyalo, for this idea. We are welcoming articles already. We've got about 5 articles so far, all from other countries. So this is our challenge, to have ourselves do our own work. My students know that I always tell them, if we want to move it, we have to move it ourselves. So we have to contribute to this journal ourselves. And we are very happy to launch it here today. And we thank you very much, Professor Mshenjezi, for coming and gracing this occasion and being able to launch this very important journal. Thank you.
Request Professor Mshenjezi and the Dean to lead the team to walk around, come and sign from here, because it's more convenient to do that. Okay. The Dean and the VC first launch, and then the signing go on.
This is very commendable. I would like to thank the Dean for this vision of giving a platform for language, literature, and communication scholars to have an outlet for their ideas. And so it is my joy as one of you and a former Dean in this school to launch officially the Journal of Languages, Literature, and Communication. Congratulations. And well done, Dr. Namyalo.
So I will ask this team to get down and then sign from the other side. I will also ask professors around, heads of department, and to also come and sign on the dummy.
Highway, I met a gal, on the bus, heading my way. Couldn't believe she sat next to me. Have we met before? If that was my best pickup line, I'm only just getting started. I'll have another girl, she'll call her mommy. We'll be very happy. We'll have a smile, we'll have a dimples, we'll have our eyes. What is our Ajamufarana? Oh, it is on your side. Come on, go.
Professor Oswald, we are also waiting for you to sign. Mrs. Yaktaka, we are waiting for you to sign, and Professor anywhere. Professor anywhere. Professor Chigongo, please come and sign on this dummy, please. Professor Hamalwa, Miss Jane Alo, who has managed to make it here. I'm giving support from behind so that it doesn't fall.
Dr. John King, please come and sign. Any head of department at the back, please come and sign.
Where there is space. Dr. Kahiana. Okay, thank you so much. We are grateful. You can take back your seats. I hand you back over to the MC.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Let's clap for Samuel for doing a great job. Okay. Samuel, let's put it that side so that whoever is interested in signing can sign at leisure. The author of the dictionary for Ruruli Runyara has reliably informed me that there are free copies for Ruruli Runyara speakers. Any Ruruli Runyara speaker in the audience, please raise your hand and win yourself a dictionary. Ruruli Runyara speaker, if you're there, Dr. Anatoly Kirigwajo will deliver the dictionary while wearing a kanzu, and that's not an opportunity you get on a daily basis. He's here. We once again congratulate you on having this journal launched. Let's clap for the Dean and for members of staff who have contributed to this. Thank you so much. Mwebaleino.
Thank you very much for the event of the book launch. Next on stage, we have a performance from the Spanish section, and that is the Latino dance. Performers of the Latino dance, please come to the stage.
Miami me lo confirmó, gente de eso. Miami me lo confirmó, gente de eso. Puerto Rico me lo regaló, Dominicana ya repito, y del Caribe somos tú y yo.
Gracias, gracias. That was the Latino dance.
Sikulabeko omutima gukubakuba omusaayi gudduka entuyo zikulukutta amaaso gakyusa langi embeera y'obudde kyankalana ebirowoozo biyiringita ondowoozesa bingi bwe bw'otali.
Thank you very much for waiting on till this far. This part of the event has come to an end. We are going to have our lunch. We shall have it at the back. But first, we shall have our guests going there first. So the guests and members of staff will eat from behind here, and the students will go up to level 3. That is where your lunch has been prepared. Students level 3 and the guests and members of staff just at the back here. But before we go for lunch, there's a group photo.
We can start with the dean and the panelists, dean and panelists. Maybe we can stand up here. Yes, let's stand up here. And the photo will go on expanding, expanding in quotes. Yes. Okay. VC, you are one of the panelists. Please join. Cameramen and women, please take positions. I don't see the cameramen and women.
The next picture will be for our guests and then all members of staff present. So please, members of staff from School of Languages, Literature and Communication, get ready. The next picture will include you.
So this team is going to be here permanently, and we shall keep joining. SLLC, short for School of Languages, Literature and Communication. SLLC. Okay, members of staff, please join.
All members of staff from School of Languages, Literature and Communication, this next picture should include you.
Mama
Please, there is lunch for everyone, but you could remain seated for a few minutes. A few minutes, the coupons will find you there. You go for lunch without a coupon, it's going to be very hard. So please remain seated. We are asking students to remain seated. Students, please remain seated. Students, please remain seated. We are serving all of you lunch, but we want to do it in an organized way. So if you go out, you may not be able to come in again. Ushers, please help them sit again. We ask you to sit. Please sit. Students, please sit. And we shall begin with those closer to me.
Rodney, please join the photo.
Miss Abanji, Eva.
Ladies and gentlemen, please carry everything that belongs to you when you are going for lunch. Carry your belongings. We don't have anyone looking after your property. Please carry your belongings. Thank you.
Stay in the line. Now.
tewera wa kuvumbagirwa abazzukulu bakusasula amabanja g'abajjajja baabwe kameze tambula obuddu bulamu bwe twalina bwagenda wa babuteesaako mu lukiiko busaanyizibwewo bagula amanda agavumba mwalimu n'okukaaba n'okuyiwa omusaayi gw'abakuumi b'obutonde nnyaffe munyiivu. My people, people walk the line. Abazzukulu n'abagamba atya. People walk the line. Abazzukulu n'abagamba atya. Kameze tambula, kameze tambula. Omuti ogwali wano gwalaga wa. Kameze tambula, kameze tambula. Olusi olwali wano lwalaga wa. Kameze tambula, kameze tambula. Enduba ze zaali wano zaalaga wa. Kameze tambula, kameze tambula. Obuddu bulamu bwalaga wa. Bulungi bwasiile oze naawe tugende tukole. Aweekumbye ensuulu tuziggyeyo tugende tukogole. Olaba ekinnya teeke wamuti tugende tulime. Kubazaabu kozejja sokka mu bunnya, mu bunnya. Tugenda tukogole ennyanja, enkeera tulyeko kyennyanja. Ebinyonyi bisigadde wabaaba, tweyambise engeri endala ezifumba. Muvubuka nkulamusizza, weebaze Katonda yakuwangazza. Ekiri ewuwo ne wange kyekiriyo naye guma. Nywereza ddala akalimu kaako k'olina abasinga tebakyalina. Okusirika k'owulira si mirembe, buli muvubuka akaaba agamba najja weezi n'asomesa omwana. Buli gwe nkaabira abeera akaaba. Enseefu nze okwenkana akayo. Ndowooza okunnyuka amaka ngalekeraani. Nkoze 2.75. Landlord yaswama n'akameeza kammanja. N'omugagga swama. Nze binsobedde waka ne mu kibira. Abinsobedde, nze binsobedde. Binsobedde waka ne mu kibira. Binsobedde, binsobedde. Muvubuka alindako okutulugunya munno, ne bw'omusiba ebbanja teryesasula. Ndiro dia swama nakameza kamanja nomukaka swama zebisobedde wakane mukibira abisobedde bisobedde bisobedde wakane mukibira abisobedde bisobedde ejjusa ekyamutwala emitala w'amayanja byatandika n'ekirooto ky'okuzimbira maama ennyumba mikwano gye egisinga laba gifunye kwe kunoonyeza omukisa gwe malagala bye yali alina byonna yali abitunze agoba omukisa gw'alaba malagala kati agamba funda n'oyo weewaka bulijja musiya asiya embeera emusajjuseeka asiya kati agamba funda n'oyo weewaka bulijja musiya asiya embeera emusajjuseeka asiya asiya beyasoma alaba tebimugasa yali asanyusa muzeeyi nakipapula ebirooto bimubuza otulo mu kibira gye yatunda omwoyo gwe ku lw'amagala mikwano gye egisinga giyitabukunya gyefuga omutimbagano mu kututumuka abandi muyambye nabo bamwesamba byanfuna mu buddu nabo mwe bakkutira kati agamba funda n'oyo weewaka bulijja musiya asiya embeera emusajjuseeka asiya kati agamba funda n'oyo weewaka bulijja musiya asiya embeera emusajjuseeka asiya Nekyai mama teyafumbye mawolo mu Fiji kwengeredde omuwaka saamukoze nabadde neekwese wansi wa kitanda yunifoomu saagolodde n'engatto saazikubye enjovu zaalwanidde waka nalaba ebikopo okubuuka mu bbanga enjovu zaalwanidde waka olugero kabadaye erirunyumya enjovu zaalwanidde waka nalaba ebikopo okubuuka mu bbanga enjovu zaalwanidde waka olugero kabadaye erirunyumya chokoza tata chokamanyi tata musajja wa busungu atera omusoza namulangira okunywa omwenge n'obwavu kubuuka mu bbanga enjovu zalwanidde waka olugero kabadaaye lirunyumya enjovu zalwanidde waka enalaba ebikopo kubuuka mu bbanga enjovu zalwanidde waka olugero kabadaaye lirunyumya
Mama, nkoyenze golaba wano. Mukyala nkoyeza. Nsakumpa ku magezi.
Mala kuntegeeza.
Guma we bangamba nga nkula omukyala takonwako binsobedde mu kibira kati kyensula afazaali nakubwa enkuba mumye y'obusungu nziseeri banagasiika ng'omukyala ziikula zino zenkwagulo ng'ekizibiti kyennina waliwo n'ebimu ebinswaza okwogera mama omukyala nkuba nzate ntya okukweka enjala mama omukyala nsuna nzate ntya okukweka enjala ntiira ddala Bwacyangalona essanyu nga ligulukuta ku matama gunteese kuva buto g'emazina ge yali anoonya essuubi yali ambaza ekirooto ky'entiisa mu ssuuti n'obubonero obwewuunya n'awambaza obuwoowo mu bwongo bwe yazimba amaka amalungi era yasiiga ekifaananyi ekimwenye emboozi gyanyumya kati yo temwenye
yagambibwa mu maaso andibawa akabenje teyawulira kati awunnuna nga bwe yejjusa awunnuna yejjusa awunnuna nga bwe yejjusa awunnuna yejjusa muwejjere wannyonnyola nti musajja nabaki asooza banne kirooto kyantiisa mu ttaayi mu bwongo bonga byoya taata zzaayo omutwalo ndika omukwano gwaggwawo ogw'amafandali gwe bandagenya ndobye mube ekikwatako ennyo funye n'endowooza zinnyuka ensi muliza amaanyi gwe nayanjulika wadde mwenyanga omubikira kyokka nagambibwa mu maaso andibawa akabenje saawulira nasongola mumwa kati mpunnuna nga banajjusa mpunnuna awunnuna nga bwe yejjusa awunnuna yejjusa ntudde ku katebe wali nga nkwetegereza sonyiwa kutunuulira saba yakadakiika okusaba akadakiika nsoose kusaba saala nguze n'ettawero nsiimuula obutuuyo nyeddegama z'amazzi nkumu buli wengugubako mmunye kalamata nga yesamba bebi saba kanamba nsomera kanamba saba kanamba nsomera kanamba mwana gwe nawe nsaba kanamba nsomera kanamba ayayayaya nsaba kanamba nsomera kanamba kuŋŋaanyiza otwanyi twennina otutono singa omanya amavivi bwe gakankana nasuze ensoma nkuluze y'oluganda funa obugambo bwe nnakusonseka oyo olutuuyo somera akanamba naawe nja kugumiika mu ssaawa ez'ekisa kusabika obugambo saba kanamba somera kanamba nsaba kanamba nsomera kanamba mwana gwe nawe nsaba kanamba nsomera kanamba ayayaya wampamba meme yange yonna yajjula gwe enjala ne bwennuma lumonda mala enzizibe kitama ne pondoka mu nnyingo zonna ne mu ndowooza enkalamata bebi yabudde pereketya ansikasika bebi yamukka tekujja sisitira musa walagidde singela labai togamba nomu keep it on the rocks togamba nomu keep it on the rocks togamba nomu keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody don't our little secret keep it on the rocks togamba nomu keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody keep it on the rocks yes don't tell nobody don't tell Subiza you will pass by Tisumulu zonji kwese wansi watanga Muvimuli akagero kanambi Onakamalayo kuvinyo nanyo ako Buli roja koma kumunabo Mutepotoja Enkalamata baby yobudde Perekecha Sika sika baby yomuka Tekujja Sisitira musa walagidde singela labai togamba nomu keep it on the rocks togamba nomu keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody don't tell our little secret keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody keep it on the rocks togamba nomu keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody don't tell nobody keep it on the rocks our little secret keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody keep it on the rocks oh don't tell nobody don't tell when you know that every day after work we're when the walls are every day see you know that what they say oh I got to make a call when you know that every day after work we're when the walls are every day see you know that what they say oh I got to make a call togamba no keep it on the rocks togamba no keep it on the rocks togamba no keep it on the rocks yes don't tell nobody don't I want it to secret keep it on the rocks togamba no keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody keep it on the rocks yes don't tell nobody don't I want it to secret keep it on the rocks keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody keep it on the rocks yes don't tell nobody don't I want it to secret keep it on the rocks I want it to secret keep it on the rocks I want it to secret keep it on the rocks don't tell nobody don't tell no when you know now every day after work we're going to water evidence you know now what they say I got to make a call don't tell nobody niwe so consumed. You're all I see in a part of my mind where you're not supposed to be. I'm consumed by your tenderness. Give me more of your care. This tender love wants nurturing. Letting go of you hurts more. I want more of you together. One more, another one. One more together. One more, another one. One more together. Together. Oh. I am so consumed, waiting for the day to see and get another dose. You are my daily dose. I'm consumed, I assume the worst, but now I'm feeling nice, girl. Nyongira, another one. Yeah. Letting go of you hurts more. I want more of you together. One more, another one. One more together. One more, another
What's wrong? What's wrong? I have a big problem. What's the problem? Okay, let me tell me. What's wrong?
Nina mwanamke, ninampenda kuliko chochote. Anaupoza moyo. Kila nikimuona, kila kitu kinakuwa sawa. Lakini wazazi wake vile yakitabasamu, I see an unborn president. Vile yakiongea, I see a future counselor. Vile yakicheka, I see all possibilities. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila umetutenganisha. Umetutenganisha.
Pole sana homie, I know you love her. Lakini utafanya nini? Her mother and her father, they don't like you, cause they're not the same tribe. When you tribe your east, so tribe your west side. When you talk, you don't sound like them. I know you feel pain, I do understand. Mwanamke anakupenda sana, ila West could know. Her parents akufuata we for sure. Afadhali ungekuwa na cash, maybe ingeza change this question. Lakini so case, it can't help, cause they don't like your tribe. I talk to her sometime, last time she was crying. It's all about you, I make miss kipenzi chake. Now I'm with you, pokea zawadi kutoka kwake. She gave me some stuff, please open for yourself. Anakupenda sana, usiwe na nyingi stress.
I want to make it official, but her father. I want to make it official, but her mother. I want to make it official, but her sister disagrees. I want to make it official, but her brother. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila. Amekuwa akinivumilia, lakini ukabila umetutenganisha. Umetutenganisha.
Wazazi, naomba mtubariki watoto wenu tuliopendana, wala msiwe kikwazo cha kutufanya sisi tuliopendana tukashindwa kuoana kwa sababu ya ukabila, mali, dini. Yeah, I hope the message is delivered.
Cinderella and chocolate skin. It's high time you faced your fears and raised your voice. Cinderella and chocolate skin. The time is up, the time is up. Get out of your shell.
I hope everyone seated has heard something. Yeah, I hope everyone that is seated has heard something. People that are seated at the back, please, let's fill up the front seats, please. People at the back, people behind the poles, please, let's fill the front seats. If you know you're done with your lunch, please walk back into the auditorium so that we can proceed. People at the back, please, let's fill the front seats. More programs are still coming, more exciting programs, so you should brace yourself for what is coming. Thank you. People at the back, please, fill the front seats. People doing the Chiganda dance, you should be on standby. Any minute from now, you're coming on stage. People doing the Chiganda dance, please be on standby. Thank you.
Every morning to make your day brighter. Yeah. Your self-esteem. I'll sing you a cappella just to make your day brighter every morning, and boost your self-esteem. Waggulu obudde nkuffe mwe tuzityabira bwe nasanga omuwala atukula atamanyi nte ya bbala namutunuulira ng'atalina byakkola bwe yantunuulira nalowooza mpita nze nenkankana amaviivi n'entuyana ebisigene neebuzaabuza ne neemoola nga sembera gye ndi nemukoonako nemumwenyeza nemusaba twesange waliyo kumpi n'akasaawe yagamba nedda nganye ne bw'onookola otya be yagamba nedda nganye ne bw'onookola otya be bwentyo nensuwa ekimyola embooko y'okukyalo mwattu ngenda okuzuula kyegwanyiza busuulwa omugagga w'okukyalo gwe twali twesiga ennyo atuwa kulundaganya nga tulumbisa ebimyola nze nzekka eyali akuba endongo ku kyalo nze nzekka eyali akooko okukira ennyanja enkeerawo olwo waliyo akazikiye wa mwami Bakedaawo nga nneno kukuba endongo kyantunuulira nga bwe kyemwenyesa ne kyerabira busuulwa omugagga w'okukyalo nagamba nedda nganye ne bw'onookola otya yagamba nedda nganye ne bw'onookola otya akaliba akendo kalabira ku mukonda simba omuti okwosa enjawummula wummulira mukasiikirizeeko omuti gwe wasimba okwosa ejjo oyo nno muntu yeetaaga kuwabulwa ebintu ebisinga bipya mu maaso ge tomuboggoleranga muntu muyigirize mwagale sembeza abato basembeze bagale gonjula abato bagunjule bagale. Oh. Toziba kubo tereza ekubo batekekero basongereo. Oh, sembeza abato basembeze bagale. Gunjula abato bagunjule bagale. Ennyonyi enkulu yeeyigiriza ento okubuuka, obuzeezeze obwo bw'okola omwana baabukoppa. Ow'amagezi asasa kitaawe n'omwana asiruwaddaana kuwaza nnyina. Atabonereza atya omwana we n'akakyama amamera bw'ogolola akamenyeka. Okukunjula n'okutulugunya byanjawulo mutereze mwagale. Sembeza abato basembeze bagale. Gunjula abato bagunjule bagale. Ntoziba kkubo ntereza ekkubo bategekero basongereo. Sembeza abato basembeze bagale. Gunjula abato bagunjule bagale. Sembeza abato basembeze bagale. Gunjula abato bagunjule bagale. Toziba kkubo tereza ekkubo bategekero basongereo. Sembeza abato basembeze bagale. Gunjula abato bagunjule bagale.
Please give me privilege to be a man. I need to earn that respect. Please say yes. Please say yes. Will you marry me? Please say yes.
Funyeje nalota okuva muto onongana magala. She has the heart of an angel. Ate nayo anjagala. Laba bwasembera ng'ajja atambuza simbula kimejja. Afuula magulu yakkiriza tube fembi paka bukadde. When she say yes, when she say yes, when she say yes. Oh, she said yes, she said yes, she said yes. She said yes, oh, she said yes, yes, she said yes. She said yes to loving me. To gabaneri nyanza na ye. Oh, she said yes, she said yes, oh, she said yes.
Thank you so much. Welcome back from that wonderful lunch. I am sure everyone can testify it was a good one. We're going to move on. I think our MCs will take us through what is coming next. Thank you. If you know you left a key at the dining, it's a single key on a nail cutter. If you left it at the dining, please come pick it. Don't lock yourself outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. mukulikeeyo ku lusozi naalya. I hope everyone had enough to eat. If you haven't had enough to eat, the chief organizer, Dr. Cindy Magara, told us we have a lot of drinks. Meza zidugadde. We need to recognize the secretary of the organizing committee, Dr. Charlotte Kawesa. She joined us shortly before lunch, and she's here. Charlotte, please wave to the audience.
I have to recognize somebody. Welcome back from that sumptuous lunch. At the moment, I wish to recognize a representative from the United States, from the Embassy of USA, Miss Dorothy Ngalombi. I wonder if she's around. Miss Dorothy Ngalombi, yes. She's a representative from the Embassy of United States of America. And we would like to thank the US Embassy for their support to the staff of the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication, particularly the Fulbright Scholarship, which one of us, Dr. Natukunda, has benefited from just recently. Thank you for coming, Ms. Ngalombi. We would like to continue chap with our program. We have lots of entertainment. Please, if you are here, if you are part of this event, come back into the auditorium. We want to continue right now. And we are beginning with
the Chiganda dance.
Back Simba.
3 dances in one, 3 songs accompanying each of them.
In other words, we have a fusion of the Chiganda dance.
Yes. Nankasa, Bach Simba, Muogola.
These are from the Luganda section, Department of African Languages. Enjoy.
money I was spending it. Murira kuchips na shisha mukwano you were eating it.
Don't you know I am dying it? You and the people we are fitting it.
Baby, this is how much
Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ge. If Kiswahili is not here, we're going for the next event. In the meantime, Mr. Sebagala Abdul Shakul, please talk to Deo. You've left behind your national ID. Please pick it from him. We want to move to the next event, which is... You're not here. Yeah? Kiswahili? Okay. Kiswahili, please come on stage as the panelists prepare.
Kiswahili folk song.
So in the next 4 minutes, the panel should be ready. We have a lot of entertainment coming, so we need to balance the academic and the social. I think in the next conference, we shall also balance the political and the economic in the same show.
Performers of the Kiswahili folk song, please come to the stage as fast as possible. Still from African languages, the Kiswahili section.
Waswahili, karibu.
Before the song starts, we would like to recognize the presence of the representative of the DVC F&A, Professor Goreti Nabanoga. You are very welcome. She will be representing the DVC. Thank you for coming.
Vijana wa anga watoto haribika kwa madawa ya kulevya yanaharibu jamii, kwa madawa ya kulevya yanaharibu jamii. Moyo waathirika ni wagonjwa, wanahitaji upendo. Moyo waathirika ni wagonjwa, hatuwapeni zote vichukuliwe maonzani, wanaonzaonza mihadarati humu nchini, tuwakamate, tuwaondoshe wafungwa jela. Kwa maisha yangu hakuna nafasi ya hayo madawa, hakuna nafasi. Sisi tumekaza kamba kuipiga vita, ndiyo ishara hili yapotosha watu. Kwa maisha yangu hakuna nafasi ya hayo madawa, hakuna nafasi. Sisi tumekaza kamba kuipiga vita, ndiyo ishara hili yapotosha watu. Kwa maisha yangu hakuna nafasi ya hayo madawa, hakuna nafasi. Kwa maisha yangu hakuna nafasi ya hayo madawa, hakuna nafasi. Shukran.
Laba bosembera ngocha otambuza simbuli chimeja ofulu makulu wakisa tuwefemi paka bokate when you say yes.
Asante sana, Swahili group. Let's clap for the Swahili team. That was wonderful. Next, you're going to have a panel. And the panel will have none other than Professor Abbas Chiimba. Professor Abbas Chiimba, please take your seat. It also have Miss Julian Namiingo. Julian, please take your seat. I need to be sure that the panelists are taking their seats. And this panel will be so the title of this panel is Reflections on the Historical 1962 Literary Conference at Makerere University. To chair this panel is a literary author, former president of the pen. Please don't say the pencil, it's the pen. And associate professor of literature, Dr. Danson Kahiana.
All right, can we start, please? Yeah, we shall see how it goes. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed.
I would like to welcome you to this panel. This panel was supposed to be chaired by Professor Mwalim Austin Bukenya, but for some reason, he was not able to make it. And I'm very happy to stand in his big, big shoes that, of course, I'm not worthy to fill. The title of the panel is Reflections on the Historical 1962 Literary Conference at Makerere University. And our panelists are these two, Professor Abbas Kiyimba. Allow me to introduce him very well. Professor Susan Chiguli calls him the youngest member of the literature department. And you can see how youthful he looks. Although he has taught here for 40 years. He started teaching at Makerere University in October 1982. And he has taught all of us in the Department of Literature, including Professor Okelo Gwang, Professor Dominic Adipio, our poet laureate, Professor Susan Chiguli, even the Vice Chancellor, I wonder whether he's still around, Professor Aaron Mushenjezi, and several other people in different departments like Professor Marcin Tangari from Performing Arts and Professor Monica Chibita from the Journalism School at UCU. He's a translator. He has translated, we all know that he translated Song of Lawino into Luganda in 2014. And the title of the Luganda translation is Omlanga Gwalawino. At the moment, he's working on a translation from a Kiswahili novel entitled Titi Lamukwe. And he told me that in the Luganda translation that he's working with, it is Ebere Liamkamwana. I think a very interesting book that must be. Julian Namingo is an assistant lecturer in the Department of Literature, and she's also a doctoral student there. When Professor Kiyimba started teaching here at Makerere University in 1982, Namingo was 4 years to be born. So we would like to really see how Professor Bassi's generation and Namingo's generation approach this recollection of the 1962 conference. So without much ado, I would like to invite Professor Abbas Kiyimba to take the microphone so that he can give us his submission, after which I will invite Julian Namingo. Then I will ask them one question each, and then I will open the floor to the audience. Thank you.
nze naawe okubeera fembi prophecy vsop onkubanga shots za Hennessy nyumirwa nnyo nga tuli fembi mu privacy awatali controversy ontwala mu ecstasy emibiri gyaffe giteesanga diplomacy they say love is blind but you're the only one.
Mr. Chairman, the representative of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Goreti Nabanoga, the Dean, School of Languages, Literature and Communication, my colleagues in different capacities. I can recognize heads of departments here and others, members of staff. I want to thank you very much for turning up for this event. Before I begin, I really must recognize one very special person with whom we sat in class and shared a discussion group, and I'm glad she's still up and about Shali we used to call her Shali Baguma. Yes, I'm sorry that has stuck, but I know the Biakutaga gentleman came into the picture at a later stage. Whenever I think of my school days at Makerere, Charlie Biakutaga, Robin Acheyune come into the picture. I also want to acknowledge, to welcome Jenna Lowo. You've been missing in action for a very long time. Jenna Lowo is one of my students who have not been mentioned. She was very sharp with the literature, but she ended up in languages, and we've been doing teamwork ever since. Now, the subject for our discussion tonight is the 1962 Literature Conference. We are reflections on that conference. And those who may not be familiar with the literary happenings in the university and elsewhere may wonder, why are we talking about the 1962 Literature Conference? And that is what we are here to reflect on, or to explain. That conference, for us in literature, we use it as a reference point in many ways, because it started us off at around the time when Uganda was about to get her independence. Something else was also happening in the literary world. The Department of Literature, or then Department of English, started in the year 1949, much earlier than all the other departments in the current College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and has a long history of scholarship and academic collaborations. It also has a long list of distinguished alumni like John Nagenda, Peter Nazareth, Benjamin Mkapa, Mwai Kibaki, and others that have been mentioned repeatedly. But what happened at this conference in 1962, that between June 11th and 17th, African writers and prospective writers gathered at Makerere, and the conference they attended was officially styled, designated as a Conference of African Writers of English Expression. So what they did at that conference has become a reference point for many discussions of African literature for these reasons. One, it was a path marker. The people who attended it used it as a starting point to lodge their careers, as we shall see with the names. There are many people who attended it, and I'll just mention some names that were familiar. Among them were, for example, Wole Soyinka, the Nobel laureate, John Pepper Clark, Obi Wali, Gabriel Okara, Christopher Kigbo. Now, Christopher Kigbo died fighting in the Biafran War of Independence. We had many others, Kofi Wono, the one who died in Nairobi a few years back when there was that attack on a shopping mall where he had gone. There was Ezekiel Mfalele, there's Lewis Nkosi, prominent anti-apartheid campaigner, Dennis Brutus, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o was then a student, and he had not published any major novel at that time. What he had published were short stories, but he attended as a third-year student at that time. There was also Robert Serumaga. He was not a student of literature, he was actually a student of economics, but he had a strong interest in literature, and this conference inspired him to complete his hitherto unfinished manuscript, which is entitled Return to the Shadows, Robert Serumaga, and to venture into the world of theater, because he rubbed shoulders with colleagues in this conference. And then there was our own Okot Pabitek, whom we know at that time. By the time he came to this conference, Okot Pabitek had already completed, but not published, Warpa Lawino, the Luo original of Song of Lawino. But he had also published in the previous few years, he had published Lakta, which was a Luo novel, vaguely translated as white teeth, from a Luo saying that it's only white teeth make us laugh. You know, it's our white teeth that make us look like we are laughing, okay? Otherwise, we are not laughing. We have a lot of problems on our hearts. Huh? But because we have white teeth, we seem to be laughing when we expose them. So he had completed that one. There was Rajat Negoi. He's the founder of a literary magazine called Transition. And then there's Pio Zirimu. Pio Zirimu was a very versatile man, teaching in languages, but also he's the founding coiner of the term orature. The term orature, short for oral literature, was coined by Pio Zirimu right in our backyard in literature. There's Grace Ogot, the late Kenyan writer, Rebecca Njau, David Rubadiri, Jonathan Kariara. These are Kenyan writers. David Rubadiri, we know, he's our own Ugandan Malawian. Okay, now, why is this conference so important? This conference is important because of the following reasons. Shall not put them in order. First of all, the individuals involved used it as a launching pad for their careers. It catapulted them into action. There are many people who acknowledge up to now that they had not given serious thought to their literary development until they attended the literature conference at Makerere. The rub of ideas at that time. Two, it brought brains together, made them, got them to contact each other to start exchanging ideas. And as a result, they kept in touch and were always reminding each other, what are you working on? I'm working on this. Where can I do this? How do I proceed here? Okay. Number three, the subject of literature acquired a clear definition on the African continent. It's still a controversial thing because the controversy on language has not gone away at that time, but at least African writers of English expression knew that they were heading in a particular way they wanted to publish. And at that very conference, Chinua Achebe was present, and he publicized widely the African Writers series, for which he had been appointed as editor. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o gave him his manuscript of Weep Not Child to look at, and Ngugi Achebe decided immediately that it would be published by African writers. So this conference was contact for that kind of activity. Number four, it sparked off the exclusion, the debate about the exclusion of African language writings from African language writers from that conference, because they said there were African writers of English expression. So the question that kept on being asked, why are you excluding African writers? Because you know that at that time, by that time, the Luganda classic Zinunulo Munaku was already in print. It's a 1954 thing. They were meeting in 1962, and was widely read. Mbi Simbi His series, the Katagenda series, had already started being published. Katagenda nebane, Katagenda nebane bakolaki, Katagenda nebane badayo musomero, bonaba sumagira. These were already running. Amanya Maganda Nenono Zago was already in print, but they were excluded from this conference, and the questions arose and the debate started. And number 5, Makerere University as an institution benefited from the publicity and legacy created by this conference. Okay? Up to now, this conference is the international event of substance that Makerere quotes in its history of that time. There's no other at that time. So it benefited whenever anybody mentioned Makerere, there were people to think about the conference that took place there. And after that conference, Makerere acquired access to funding to host yet more conferences. That is how it came to bring the Association of Commonwealth Writers Conference to Makerere in 1974. Even though there was a big debate about whether it should come here, the planning had started much earlier, but 1971, Idi Amin took power in Uganda, and the debate was, should we go to Makerere or should we not? But Makerere, has hosted that other conference, so we should go to follow it up there. Okay, so the conference, the Commonwealth Writers came here, and Robert Serumaga was the coordinator of that conference. So follow-up conferences were held. Number 6, this conference coincided with the independence of Uganda and tapped into the independence euphoria of African states, including those that were still struggling. Uganda was poised to get their independence, and it was remembered for both hosting the conference and for the nearness of its independence at the time when the conference happened. And many writers who came here, for example, Ezekiel Mfalele, the South African writer, is reported to have told the Ugandans attending the conference that you are getting your independence. For us in South Africa, we are still very far away from that, but make the best of that independence so that others may admire you. Okay, number 7, the Makerere Conference highlighted the legacy of colonialism and the dilemma that the African writer has been left with, the dilemma of language choice in African writing and in general national communication. It fed into the national language debate that had already started by that time. You remember those studying applied linguistics know that by that time the debate was already on as to whether Kiswahili should be promoted to become national language, whether Luganda should be taught to peoples outside Buganda, etc. And so on and so on. And lastly, it raised the question of what constitutes African literature. The question was raised then at that, and the debate still continues. What is it that constitutes African literature? Does African literature have to be written in African languages? That was the question there. Is literature written in non-African languages African literature at the same level with the other literatures? Okay. The irony was that Ngugi wa Thiong'o was at this conference, and at that time he was struggling to write in the English language. Many years later, he agreed with Obi Wali, as he has been described as an upstart, but what he said really made sense to many people. He's the one who said true African literature is that written in an African language. Okay, so he dismissed all the other literatures. Literature promotes culture, he argued, and you cannot promote culture, your culture, in a language that is not your own. The best that you can call it is Afro-European literature. That's what Obi Wali argued. Okay, so those are highlights. Now, after those highlights, what I want to do in the interest of time is to highlight just 3 cases of people whose careers started right here and they gained prominence. And for fear that I may not get time to do justice to Obi Wali, I'll start with him, even though there may be others that are more deserving. You will hear the name repeatedly cited in discussions of African literature, the name Obi Wali.
Professor, you have 3 minutes.
5 minutes.
Well, 3, but we can make it them 5.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. The very reason why I should now focus on Obi Wali, even though I should mention as I go along that writers like Wole Soyinka was 32 years old when he came to Makerere at that time. He's still writing as I talk now. But if you, so 1962, add up, how many years are those? He was 32 years old in 1962, and that conference took place 60 years ago. So he would be now 92. Okay? But in his, he gives 3 public lectures, 2 public lectures, and in the third lecture he will mention Makerere and the Makerere Literature Conference. Because after this conference, he went back and devoted, at that time when he came, he was a broadcaster, he was teaching this, he was doing so many things. After the conference, he went back and became a full-time writer. He said, by the time we go back to Makerere for another conference, I should have my CV greatly improved. I don't think he has come back since then, but maybe he will soon, sometime. That's a challenge for our resident poet, Susan Chiguli. She's one who organizes conferences starting with 0 budget. Okay? So he focused now his career on writing, starting with the 1962 conference. And today, he has over 60 publications. You have other writers, but let me now focus on Obi Wali. Obi Wali had not published anything significant by the time he came to Makerere at that conference. But he was a newspaper critic of literature. He was 30 years old. He was 30 years old when he came here. He had written a number of newspaper articles on literary subjects. After that conference, he wrote an article entitled Dead End of African Literature. Dead End of African Literature. It's really, it's an article that has made a lot of noise in the literary world. This is what it looks like. Statements in there. One of the strongest statements that he made was that until these writers, we're talking to the writers of English expression, until these writers and their Western midwives realize that true African literature is that written in an African language, they will lead nowhere. Okay? I don't know whether that is the case, but after that statement, he won, he sparked off a debate in transition. Everybody, literally everybody who attended that conference and others who did not attend, responded to Obi Wali. Among the comments that were regarded as arrogant responses, Wole Soyinka asked him, "What have you done to translate my writings into your mother tongue?" if you like African languages so much. Okay? Chinua Achebe said, I've been given this language and I intend to use it. We're talking about English language. Ngugi wa Thiong'o later said, well, the challenge of Obi Wali has followed me all my years. And in 1986, I realized Obi Wali was right. So he said, from this day, this is with the question of African language in African literature. From this, he said, this book is my farewell to English. From now on, it will be Gikuyu and Kiswahili all the way. But through the age-old medium of translation, I'll be able to continue dialogue with all. And there was a strong reaction to that. British publishers said, well, the British people don't like reading work in translation, meaning they want it in originally in English. And he fired back. He said, you've been reading Anna Karenina for years. It was written in Russian. You've been reading Dostoevsky. It was written in Russian. In Russian. You've been reading An Enemy of the People by Ibsen, the Norwegian writer. It was written in Norwegian. Why is it that African writers cannot be read in translation? So he has insisted and he's continued. Now, Obi Wali, because of that stance that he took, returned to a hero's welcome in Nigeria, and he started writing his own mother tongue, promoting the writing of it. The mother tongue, the name I've kind of lost, was one of those not very prominent Nigerian languages in Rivers State. Yes, Ikwere. Has anybody heard of a language called Ikwere? Probably not. Well, he promoted that language, causes of it, and along with it, he promoted culture. And he was elected to political positions because of that. And eventually, he was elected to as a member of the Constituent Assembly that drafted the Nigerian Constitution of 1979 because of his background in the African Literature Conference at Makerere. And later, he was elected as a senator in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And he was elected as minority leader of the House of Senate. Okay, minority leader of the House of Senate. And in Senate, he was very vocal on issues of corruption and marginalization of minorities, as well as the loss of direction because of the continued slavery to foreign languages. That was Obi Wali. Now, as a politician, he made as many friends as enemies, and as a literary scholar, he attracted many admirers and detractors. And on 24th April 1993, he was violently murdered and dismembered. His body was dismembered in his home by suspected assassins. And that also related partly to his work on African languages, because it was very controversial. Nigeria is more bloody than it is here in Uganda. And his burial was delayed until February 1994, with African language campaigners insisting that the murderers must be arrested and brought to book. His son, Ihuomo Wali, and his wife, Nena Wali, are on record accusing General Ibrahim Babangida, the former military leader of Nigeria, and Chief Rufus Ada George, former governor of Rivers State, and Peter Odili, governor of Rivers State, among others, of complicity in the crime. But the report has not been released. However, in his honor, in 2014, an Obiwali International Conference Center was built and named in his memory. And in addition, an Obiwali Memorial Lecture is held every year in Rivers State. So I just gave you that background to show you that the conference had very far-reaching effects. As we talk now, it is the most significant conference that has happened in Makerere's history. Finally, Mr. Chairman, many conferences continue to be held to commemorate the 1962 event. In London last year, the London School of Oriental and African Languages, they held a conference commemorating the Makerere Conference of 1962. And the people who are alive today, who attended that conference, are hot cakes because they are on the list of the organizers for sponsorship. They send you a free ticket to go and simply present yourself that I was at Makerere in 1962 for that conference. Once you can prove that you are there, I have the original, the minutes of that conference here. It's not original, it's a photocopy actually. It's a photocopy which I made, but all the writers are here. Once anybody can prove from these minutes that he was at Makerere, you get a free ticket to attend any of those conferences. One has been held in London, another one was held recently in Nigeria, and the department were invited, but for some reason were unable to go because of issues of finance. Another has been held in Caribbean, in Jamaica, where Langston Hughes comes from. They have held these conferences, and you know, it continues to have this reverberative effect. So briefly, Chair, that's what I could say. I could have shared a lot more about the developments, especially the developments of the writers who attended here, who used Makerere as a springboard, because I've been doing research on all of them and what they had before they came and what they have written afterwards, and how they continuously acknowledge Makerere. But time is not my friend for today. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Asante sana mwalimu. Thank you so much. Now, Julian Namingo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Dean, which has stepped out, and the organizers of this our Open Day Schools celebration. Thank you so much. It has been so wonderful, and I think we are asking for some more next year and then the other years to come. Reflecting on the 1962 Makerere Conference, I'm going to reflect on the language debate that the conference triggered. As Professor has clarified, the theme of the conference was African Writers of English Expression. From the theme, it indicates that writers who were not writing in English were excluded in the conference. Yet, African languages already had established written forms, both literally and non-literally, with a few, some prominent writers, such as in Uganda, Michael Simbi, in Tanzania, Shaban Robert, in Nigeria, D.O. Fangua, and all these people had contributed greatly to writing in those particular languages, like Luganda, Yoruba, and then Swahili. However, the conference excluded these particular creators of literary works in indigenous languages. Nevertheless, because it emphasized writing in English, among the participants included prominent African writers such as Christopher Kibo, Wallace Soyinka, to mention but a few. But when you look at these particular writers, the Christopher Kibo, they were writing their works following the conventions of the English language and riding on the backs of already established English authors. They were proudly using the English language, and actually some of them are noted. The case in point is Christopher Kibo, who noted that for him, he could not read his poems to non-poets. So he was writing for the exclusive group of people. First, I'm critiquing the proceedings of this conference, and then the language debate that it triggered and how it is reflected in today's literary works. So these writers who were there were these who looked at English, speaking English and writing in English as something exclusive and something unique for a special group of people. And they did not mind about their audience because they were following the conventions of the English language. Much as local languages, the writers and their works was not included in the conference triggered a debate, and professors enumerated, with Obi Wale starting the debate, unapologetically asserting that African literature should be written in African indigenous languages. Because according to him, you cannot think in your mother tongue and then look for another language for which to express your thoughts. The language of your thinking should be the language in which you write your work. Chinua Achebe, writing immediately after Obi in 1964, counterreacted what Obi had said. He said that writing in indigenous languages was desirable. However, given the circumstance of Africa, whereby we have multiple languages, colonization and its deniable effects such as education, there was no way African indigenous languages could produce national literature for the different African countries. Therefore, he clarified that writing in indigenous languages was only going to produce ethnic literature. And then he confirmed that for any national literature for any African country, it was bound to be written in European languages, more so the language of our colonizers. So he said that he accepted the English language as an inheritance, which was forcefully given to him. And he said, I will use the English language, but it will be a new English, in communion with its ancestry, but altered to accommodate the experiences of Africa. So that's how he continued to write in English. But those of us who have read Chinua Achebe's works, especially Things Fall Apart, we all know how he has used the English language. He has infused blood in the English language, such that when you read, you encounter the proverbs, the folk tales of Africa. And that was his commitment, that he was going to use English. But he was guilty. I'm going to use this language. He had a guilt conscience. Because he was like, how can you use a language of your colonizer, a language of people who have exploited you, who have oppressed you? But he said, I'm going to use English because it is a universal language. Through it, I can communicate across Africa, but also my work can reach in other West African countries. Ngugi, who also attended the conference while he was a student, by then he had only produced 2 short stories, and he had a manuscript of his first novel, Weep No Child. In writing in 1986, He calls it a position that enables him to look critically at the proceedings of the conference. And he pours scorn on the proceedings of the conference due to the fact that it only included writers in English expression. Moreover, African writers in English expression, and did not bother to include African writers in African indigenous languages. And actually explains that as they try to define what is African literature, they fail to reach a consensus on what it is. Of course, it cannot be crammed into one sentence, one definition. But he says partly it was because those writing in indigenous languages were not invited. Partly that explains his also bold stand and says, from henceforth, bye-bye to English. I'm going to write in my mother tongue. And he starts writing in his mother tongue in 1977. Because for him, he says that language is a curly of culture. It's a window through which we express our tradition, our values, and our practices. So if we think about our values and then we look at another medium, a foreign medium or a European English to express that tradition, we are losing originality, credibility, and authenticity. That was the reason for his bold stand to write in his mother tongue. And then he insisted that other people who can't speak his mother tongue will receive his work through translation. The language debate is still ongoing. The latest contribution to it, of course, are the young writers, but also it has been taken up by Ngugi's own son. He's called Mukoma wa Ngugi. But for him, in looking at this language debate, he identifies those prominent African writers who were writing in indigenous languages and were not part and parcel of the conference, trying to assert that writing is not something new to Africa. It did not start with writing in English. So he appreciates that. When you look at African literature today, the literature that is produced now, the language debate that was, the arguments that were triggered in the conference are integrated into the works of several African writers. These writers, I mentioned authors like Jennifer Makumbi, Nansubuga, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Adhiambo of Kenya. They are unapologetic in their use of language. Unlike Achebe, who said, with a guilt conscience, I will use English because it has been forced on me. I have no alternative. Let me use it, but it will be Africanized such that it can accommodate my experiences. African writers, the young ones, are unapologetic in their use of English. Unlike some of the first generation writers, the Okibo I mentioned earlier, who says, I don't read my poets to non-poets. If you are not a poet, don't even bother with my poems because you will not understand. The writers, the young writers, are saying no. While they're writing their works, they are conscious of their audience and they want to communicate to their audience. And therefore, while using English, they even integrate the indigenous languages. But even the English that they use, they are not bent on the conventions of the English. They twist and extend English. They add prefixes and suffixes to accommodate African experiences. They create new language to come up with the language that the ordinary people can understand. They are using all the tools available to them as long as the ordinary people will understand what they are trying to say. Unlike those particular authors that I talked about in the first generation, who either used English with a guilt conscience or wanted to keep to the conventions.
1 minute, Julian.
Thank you. So I wanted to briefly comment about to read for you what one of the authors says as far as this use of English is concerned. And that is one other than Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi, when she comments on how she uses English. She says, aside from the fact that English is not only limited, but can be obstinate when articulating a Ugandan experience. The use of Luganda in my writing and the way I adapt English to Luganda is a result of focusing on Ugandan readers as my primary audience. Having studied the nature of reception and readership and how anticipation of certain audiences affect how you write, I made the decision to write for Ugandans. The dialogue continues. Indigenous languages, yes, are being used and translations are being made. However, the local language reawakening for some languages and awakening for other languages that was triggered by the 1962 Makerere Conference is not yet on equal footing with African writings in European languages. Some languages do not yet have the structures to facilitate or sustain a written literature. Therefore, this is a call for all of us here. We need to think through, because through our languages, we promote our culture. We need to think through to come up with literary journals and criticism in African languages. Not for someone to say that I'm writing, let me say, a paper about Luganda and then you're writing it in English. We need to have criticism in indigenous languages, and also the government need to provide economic opportunities in African languages if we are to fully benefit from the debate that the 1962 conference triggered. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, there is something very sweet with the microphone. Julian had assured me she would take 5 minutes. She has taken 17. All right, I know that the MCs are looking at me, hoping that I will finish this off in 2 minutes, but I'll take another 10 minutes. I will ask the audience to ask the panelists some questions, maybe 3 questions only. Maybe 5 minutes shall be done. So we have Patricia Nekesa, then we have the gentleman behind. What's your name, sir? The gentleman, he will tell us his name. This side, we have Professor Susan Chiguli, Dr. Kintu, and finally, the gentleman there. We shall go in the, we shall follow the order in which so, Nekesa? Nekesa? Nekesa, please. Dr. Luganda, Nekesa. Be very brief, because we have only 5 minutes so that we can hand over to the MCs. Thank you. And please let us know who of the panelists your question is directed to.
Okay, good evening. I'll try to make my question brief, although I'm not sure how to. I'm addressing Miss Julian. On the question of Christopher Okibo saying that his poems are for poets, and how I think Wole Soyinka says that he writes for writers. So there is two ways of putting that. You know, the artist saying that art should not be as accessible because we need to protect the art, but also art is one way to communicate with the public, raise awareness. How do we protect literature while still making it extremely accessible?
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Do you think literature can be accepted? Do you think literature can be accepted
by who and where?
By we.
And when? Please try to clarify the question.
Do we think literature can be accepted and maybe put into use by sensitizing? Not just, but you sensitize the public. Maybe make them aware of the literature, you make it aware.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Sorry, let me make an announcement.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've come across a Samsung phone, especially during lunchtime, please bring it to us and we shall hand it over to the owner. Thank you.
All right, Professor Susan Cheguli now, then Dr. Kintu, and then the gentleman behind. Then I will ask the panelists to answer as briefly as they can.
This question is addressed to Professor Chiimba. The definition of African literature and the language question or the language debate anchors on the issue of identity. And that anchors on the issue of inclusion and exclusion. Who do you include? Who do you exclude? At what point? In what way? And so this matter has not so far been resolved and seems to have no solution. Identity, as you know, is a complex issue in the African literary debate. 1962 sparked off the debate. What can conclude it?
Thank you very much. Dr. Kintu from Champango University.
Thank you, moderator. My question is not directed to either of them, but both of them can answer, and in fact, probably all of us can look for an answer. Maybe let me put it direct to Professor Chiimba. Now, the exclusion of African writers in their native languages and the only inviting those who can write in English, couldn't that have put us in one dilemma? Because as of now, you can see very little fiction work in our native languages. People can write other texts, but not fiction. So could us who are here draw some lessons from that conference and forge a way forward for African languages?
Thank you. The final question from the gentleman, then I will hand over to the panelists. And then I'll ask the panelists to take 3 minutes each so that we can enjoy more performances.
Good afternoon. So my question goes to all panelists. I'm a teacher, and in schools we see that we have students who are potential in writing. So, but much little has been done to make these students to grow up into powerful writers. I would like to ask, do we have any measure or any way we can make these students through schools, we got schools, to make them powerful writers for the future generation? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. There's a burning hand behind you, Dr. Ivan Luganda, a gentleman dressed in an English suit, as his traditional wear.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Matthew, a Chinese student. So my question and my comment will go to our dear panelists. And it's really my personal experience. I'm right now in the process of writing my own book. However, I've studied English for over 20 years. I'm studying Chinese, which I like so much, and I love so much my mother tongue. At times I find myself writing in English, the next day I write in Luganda, the next day I write in Chinese. So I had to look for a solution or a reason to justify my cause. Why? I think had things falling apart been written in a local language, we could not be in position to access it. So I think the real question is, to whom are you writing to? So if I'm targeting my my fellow tribe or my tribe mates, I'll write in Uganda because they can understand it. But what if I'm writing to the whole nation in Uganda? Do all people speak Luganda? Of course, no. So I must find another uniting language where I can express my ideas for everyone to feel them.
All right, thank you. Although they don't all speak English as well. Finally, that gentleman, otherwise he will pass me. Yeah, he will be the final one. You will be the final one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Guma Samu is my name. I'm a teacher trainee and a student of Makerere University. As a teacher, of course, I do Kiswahili and history. And as a teacher, of course, I will use Kiswahili as an example. It is facing serious resistance here in Uganda, where people, of course, we have heard narratives that Kiswahili is either the language for the thieves or the army. And when you talk of the army, they associate it with torture, human rights abuse, like that. Now, the government, you come up with a good idea that, you know what, let us make Kiswahili a second official language. But then, it is going to be taught only in senior 1 and senior 2. Then in senior 3, you have the option to drop it. Will that one really promote it?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'll begin with Julian, and then I'll finish it off with Professor Baskimba.
Thank you very much.
Julian, 2 minutes. The microphone is sweet, you know.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's almost one question that was directly addressed to me. How to protect literature while making it extremely accessible to the public. Of course, to protect literature from what? One way of ensuring that literature is by ensuring artistic quality. And we do this through, actually even language is part of it. Because when you read prominent African works, just earlier I mentioned Things Fall Apart, it is an artistic quality of itself. Song of Lawino is an artistic quality of itself because it is in a unique style, but also the languages are part of what makes it unique, artistic. So in that we are protecting literature. How to make it accessible to the public? Of course, when we talk about issues that relate to the people and also use a language that the ordinary people can understand, we are making it accessible to the people. And someone talked about is a writer, writing his first book, and then he says sometimes he writes in Luganda, sometimes he writes in English, and I think other times he writes in Chinese. Since he's writing, I think I will encourage you to continue writing because you have received all these languages. Some authors, the first generation, English was something unique to them. It was unique. It was an inherited language. But to some people, the young people, they are bilingual. Some others are multilingual. All these languages, you have received them at the same time. So what I would say now, express your thoughts freely in any language in which they come in. So at the end of the day, you will translate others. Because if you interrupt your thinking process, you are also interrupting your originality and creativity. Let me leave the hard questions to Professor. Thank you.
Okay, that's very wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Chiguli's question on definitions and identity. I think questions on identity and definitions do not have direct or clear or simple answers and are therefore not easy to conclude. But on this question of African literature, the case seems to be that people have convictions and they just continue with those convictions. It's like we are carrying on a conversation of the deaf. If you can imagine a conversation of the deaf, everybody, you just continue talking and you repeat what you said because you've not heard what the other person has said since you are deaf. Whenever I listen to these conversations, for me, my one reassuring thought is what Okot Pabitek used to tell us, both in class and in public lectures, that it will be a sad day when thinkers agree. Okay, because then that noble practice of thinking will stop because we have agreed. So it is not necessary, it's not desirable for us to completely agree, but what is necessary is for us to understand each other. Obi Wali was very clear, but in his clarity he threatened interests that had invested a lot in writing in the English language. Some wanted to go on syllabuses. That's how people make money, that written books in the English language. So it is possible that some of those are the ones that conspired to finish him off. And that's what is really terribly unpleasant. Okay, Dr. Chintu, I hear you. Very little fiction in African languages, although what bothers me is that the generations that we have here, I think it's not just a question of the little fiction. Even the little that there is not read. You ask around, there are many, I assume there are many Luganda language speakers here. Take a sample of those who have read Zinunuro Munaku. Or Zinunuro Munaku is one of the earliest classics in the Luganda language. How many have read it? By show of hands, can I see those who have read Zinunuro Munaku? About 7. And it would also be a wise guess that they have read it as a result of its being on a school syllabus. Not out of general reading interest. Okay, so those who have read it outside the school syllabus, can I see the hands again? Have read outside the school syllabus. Those who are not reading it for examination purposes. 4. That tells you the story. Okay, Susan is here also. So it's not about the amount of literature that there is. The reading culture, especially in our languages, is down. The question by Nekesa on protecting literature as one of the views has been addressed by Julian, but I must pose this question again. Protect literature from who? I think when you read, you want people to read you. How does the literature that has been written, how can readers do harm to literature that's already in circulation? Tolstoy, one of the gurus in literary criticism, used to say that when you put out something in writing, it should be accessible to everybody because you are trying to create culture, because literature is a process of creating culture, and you can't create a culture and protect it from others to access. So he used to say that if even one person puts your work aside because he cannot understand you, then you have failed. Was that a harsh judgment or was it not? So the question will continue to be asked, for whom are we writing? And it also covers the entire debate on writing in African languages. For whom do we write? Whenever you pick up a pen to write, you should have in mind, for whom do you write? And that will also tell you whether the writing activity you are going to engage in is useful or not. I submit.
Thank you so much, Professor Chiimba and Julian. The online audience, one member is requesting you to share the minutes of the 1962 conference. I don't know whether it's possible to share them via the school website. I don't know whether it's allowed or not. Yeah. And then for Julian, somebody is saying that, I think also for you, Professor Chiimba, that Ngugi wa Thiong'o's view that through translation he can be accessed by anyone and anybody is a bit problematic because translated works are subject to orientation of the translator. This is Dr. Jingo Caesar. Translated works are subject to the orientation of the translator. Swahili is politically influenced by the translator's orientations to the communist system, which is in loggerheads with capitalism. So I don't know whether they would like to make a very short comment on that.
That is true. That is true. Translations, lead to interference by the translator. But what doesn't? Even the original creation, when you write in Luganda and Muganda, you are also transmitting a culture with which you have interfered, because you are subjecting it to your interpretation. So literature and accessing of it is a continuous process of interpretation. And that's what I said when I translated Song of Lawino. Yes, my Uganda perception of life may have influenced some of what I said in the Luganda translation. But so what? Writing is, after all, about influencing each other and being influenced by the environment and the circumstances. So it's no big deal. And may I ask, by the way, Shirley, what happened to our Ekizina Kyalawino? Shirley was translating Song of Lawino to Ekizina Kyalawino, and somehow Nabuzo
I
Muliro.
translated it, but it's still waiting for a publisher. And I'm also glad to say that with Dr. Kinto, we've translated Things Fall Apart in Runyoro Toro. And I'm asking if you can tell Mzee Austin Bukenya that I promised to translate The Bride in Runyoro Toro, and it's finished.
And I have my late brother, Muhammad Mwanje, translated the concubine, yes, the concubine of Leche Madi into Luganda. It makes very fascinating reading. You won't miss anything due to the influences that come with the translation.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause to our panelists, please. Yeah. Thank you so much. DJ, give us a song to accompany our panelists in the fashion of Professor Not Kunda Togbo. Well, we'd like to see how Professor Abbas is off the stage.
Let me
My people.
Thank you so much, Professor Shimba and Miss Namingo for that show. Let's also clap for Professor Danson Kahiana for ably chairing this. Next on stage is a creative news bulletin by students of journalism and communication. Note, it's a creative news bulletin. As they come, Shelley, you are looking for where to publish. We now have a journal, so please talk nicely to the dean so that we can publish the work. After journalism, we shall have poems by the different groups. So please prepare if your group is to present a poem. So journalism, we are waiting. your poem is under the category My Language and Your Language, please prepare to come on stage immediately after the journalism presentation. I want to restate that it's a creative news bulletin. It may be different from the news bulletin you are used to.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Mac News. My name is Ayala Ruth, and I'm with
Namuya Latifa. And the first news headline: the School of Languages, Literature and Communication is having its centennial celebrations. In commemoration of Makerere University, 100 years of existence, the school is having an open day to reflect and exhibit the achievements they've had over the years.
We have on the ground our two reporters who are going to give you a feel of what is happening at this event. Over to Gloria, reporting in Lunyoro.
Webale muno Ayala Ruth, Odinwe Gloria, Kadi Nyemereire hanu auditorium. Esomero ebyendimi kuhandika hamuna bye mpuliziganya. Liyoteiroho celebrating kujaguza emyaka 10 hamuna itendekero likuru erya Makerere University. Ndi hano akasozi ka Makerere University. Itendekero ya Makerere University bikaba biro by'okwezi mukaga omu mwezi gwa 10 omwaka gwa 2022 likabanye lijaguza emyaka 10 kandi masomero gakwawukana kajaguza kya rero kiro kikuru muno kiro ky'amaani ekyasomero lya ebyendimi ekuhandika nebyempuliziganya. Hano twinaho omuha bategekere omukoro guno gw'amaani, omukoro gw'ekitiinisa, omukoro gugya kusigara mu byafaayo bya Makerere University. Mama tusemere muno okurora
hatali muno
amabara gawe
banyeta Sindi Magara
go okurota kuba omuha bategekere omukoro guno gw'ekitiinisa, omukoro gw'amaani hano haitendekero ya Makerere University.
Nkura kurungi muno nsemereirwe muno abokuba tutegekera omukoro gunu abantu bayija nkoko kuroraho lyo nejuire abantu bakwegonza bakunyumirwe bigendo maise emizano performances itwe natusemereirwe muno.
Ego mama webale muno kandi nikwo tutyo muno webale muno kamba tware hari omukrasi waitondi kyo muhendo masinya wabe byakubahikiyawo.
Neyanzege Gloria. Mwino okumanya nti SLLC oba essomero lino ery'ennimi eby'empuliziganya n'obuwandiisi wano lizadde abantu abakoze ebitone eby'amaanyi wano mu Uganda ne mu nsalo z'obuvanjuba bwa Africa. Lino essomero muvudde abantu abalina ebitone nga Solomon Seranja, Nancy Kachungira, Timothy Wangusa, n'Engugi wa Thiongo, ssaako n'abalala abatusomesa nga Dr. Nachiwala, Dr. Gumoshabe n'abalala bangi. Neyanzega okutuwuliriza kuddayo mu studio ewa Ruth. Thank you so much, our reporters. It is very exciting when we come together and celebrate because it helps us to connect. I would like to invite our social media handler, Jackson Odong, to give us an overview.
Yes, of course. Thanks for keeping on the watch of Mac TV. Yes, of course, I would like to welcome you by the names of Jackson Odong, the host of this program. Yes, of course, we are here at Makerere University, south of the Limpopo, north of the Sahara, the mighty academic hill. We are celebrating 100 years, and this time round, we are taking our eye and we are looking direct at SLLC. Yes, of course, remember at the start, we posed the question and we're asking you, what are your views about SLLC, that is School of Languages, Literature, and Communication? Yeah, we got Roger Kleins on Twitter. Roger Kleins is saying, SLLC is such a mighty school, and I find it a pleasure to share the same school with big brands like Ngungi wa Thiong'o. Yeah, next to that, we are going to take on a female, Master Grace. Master Grace is saying, at SLLC, gender balance is a core principle, so gender is respected, and as such, I feel SLLC is the best school to belong to in Makerere University. Keep on the watch.
This brings us to the end of our news bulletin. I remain Namoya Latifa.
Oyela Ruth.
For Mac TV, we build for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, students of journalism and communication. That creativity deserves a more thunderous hand clap. Next on stage, we are going to have a recitation of the poem, My Language and Your Language. Just briefly about this poem, it was written by Professor Susan Chiguli, and originally it was written in Luganda. The original poem was in Luganda, and its title was Olulimi Lwange n'Olulwo, which was later translated into English, and now it's going to be recited in English, Luo, and Luganda, in that order. The performer of the English version of My Language, Your Language, Olulimi Lwange n'Olulwo.
Behold, the Baganda have a proverb. Only good neighbors can eradicate couch-grass from their fields. So when your language holds hands with my language, behold how they march along jubilantly, and narrate tales and chronicles, my chronicles and your chronicles. Behold how they dialogue and rule over the earth. Behold how they subdue conflict. Behold how disagreements becomes a dilapidated house. It becomes a scornful miscarriage. We despise it because your language is holding hands with my language. When your language brings forth the good things it knows, and it plants them in my language, and my language collects pearls that enrich your language, behold, the sun rises and gets flowers of two languages to blossom. Behold how the world assembles and shines brightly, and it shows its might and acclaim. Behold, when languages get to know each other, they open thresholds, cultural thresholds for everyone. They enable people to reach consensus and to think carefully and get wisdom. Then they become a sword, a double-edged sword that fights conflict, because conflict is a big liar. There is a voice in my village, a voice of women mothers, beautiful women, beautiful, useful women. They are found in the wilderness, wantonly murdered. Let me talk about it because it has always hurt me. It is Also possible that this voice try to stretch its arms to your village so that when you learn about it, because my language is matching together with your language, can't you get the power to find the cure for this cancer? Also in my village, people care about each other. When you are happy, they celebrate. When you are bereaved, they console you. When you are burdened, they carry your luggages. So, when your language walks alongside my language, won't peace sit on a throne in the earth? Behold, when your language embraces my language, it is a sign of solid kinship. Neither can any of the two languages refer to the other as alien. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a new face here. My name is Isaac, and I'm going to call the next performers for the same poem in a different language, and it's my language, your language, that's going to be presented in Luganda.
A good evening to you all. Nze ndi musomesa wa Luganda era nsaba munzikirize njogere mu Luganda. Amanya gange nze Nabulime Madi nga neddira Nnyonyinyanga Akabiro ku nguvu nga ndi musomesa w'ebyafaayo n'Oluganda. Tuzze wano okubawa ekitontome kyaffe eky'olulimi lwange oba my language. Tuzze okukiikirira Abaganda. N'olwekyo olulimi olulwo bwe lukwatagana n'olwange mu ngalo, laba bwe zikumba ne zijaagaana, ne zifuuweeta enfumo n'ebyafaayo, ebyange n'ebibyo. Laba bwe zinyumya ne zifuga olukalu lw'ensi, laba bwe zireetera obutakkaanya okufuluka. Kuba olulimi olulwo lukutte olwange mu ngalo. Olulimi olulwo bwe luleeta ebirungi bye lumanyi ne lubisiga mu lwange, n'olwange ne lusomba amakula ne lugaggawaza olulwo, laba enjuba bw'evaayo n'eyanyisa ebimuli by'ennimi zino. Laba ensi bw'esisinkana n'eyakaayakana n'eyoleka amaanyi n'eyatiikirira. Laba ennimi bwe zisisinkana ziggulawo enzigi za buli omu. Abantu okukkaanya n'okulowooza n'obwegendereza n'okumanya okuggumivu, awo ne zifuuka ekitala eky'obwogi obubiri ekirwanyisa obutategeeragana, kuba obutakkaanya bulimba kkungwa. abaana b'abandi abato abalungi ababalagavu ab'omugaso babasanga ku ttale nga babatugumbudde obwemage kankyogereko kyannuma dda kati osanga naawe ewammwe kyali kikunukirizaayo olwo bw'okitegeerako kuba olulimi olwange luyise n'olulwo. Bw'osanyuka ne bajaganya, bw'ofiirwa ne bakudduukirira, bw'otendewalirwa ne bakusitulirako. Kati olulimi olwange bwe lutambula n'olulwo.
Ennimi bwe zimanyagana
ziggulawo enzigi z'ebyobuwangwa bwa buli omu era ne zisobozesa abantu okukkaanya n'okumanya n'obwegenderevu n'okumanya okuggumivu awo ne zifuuka ekitala eky'obwogi obubiri ekirwanyisa obutategeeragana kuba obutakkaanya bulimba ku ngwa. Olulimi olwange bwe lugwa olulo mu kifuba luba Luganda olwannamaddala era olumu terusobola kuyita lunnaalwo lugwira.
Thank you very much. We're going to have one last presentation of the poem, My Language, Your Language, and it's going to be presented in a Luo language, which is I'm not sure Dr. Bila will be fine with what I say, but let's call it Leblango, please. Yeah, so the Leblango performers, please come up stage. Thank you very much.
As the poem gets recited in Lango, the performers of Echitaguro, get ready. You are up next.
Okay.
Nenba Uganda tieke char kopge Omiera kode ayetwer ruenya chana nyai potigi Dong pimano Alevi okare ching leva Nen kitudore kede Ilela duong Kunu kuruchiaha Jama John, Kerena Nyen, Ena Besho, Jama Mega, Kerena Megi, Nen, Kitu Leo Kerelog, Meadow Lodge, Iwilobo.
Tuba Dagon tema ujebere Nen Dogola tie udaho gina pewore
Jang Otanyuaro bien leva urnote kelevi
Kalebi uchwala nyim diama muonya
amen ngeo eka teno tukerelepa eka leva te chok kipone ogo iu levi nen kita mechieng donyu kede dang temi yatura melebman nya nen kita melobe wate tebera chill dang tenyu tuteho kede gufumere
nen kalebe obero kere kare mengeye oyawu gini gola gola mete kwaro pidano atiela tiel omiolo akare mengeye dang teta midiro kere men bungurieho eka todo kupala para levaria melwei con a tuba piena tuba tuana guba ashoy shalwa tie yeonek mo Anyiratino, Abesho, Dakamoya, Unwere gini team, Uneugiata, Wehakobie, Bien Chuere Chuya.
Tueru Beruni. Leba ruatekere lebi don kangej man otunu na hechalo pingo ponwo unu teho we holwenyu ni komide man eka oto note unu karachiel
dang do hechalo wa Jonyuru mara ikingi kayiyo ginu beri kwer kachunyi chwer ginu diu chunyi don kaleba urwate kere lebi kuch petwer beri komker iwi lobo nen kaleba unywa yor ke lebi ubera nyut mewat watapegik dang peti achelor yakina riono amero ukoria watere pat leba en lebi
So tugenda maaso olulimi lwange toboka nangaluki lwonna ne lufuuka ekitasasanyusa ffe kennyini tulufudde ekiriwamuwa mvugalibwa nsooba ngenda maaso olulimi lwange toboka nangaluki lwonna ne lufuuka ekitakyasanyusa ffe kennyini tulufudde ekiriwamuwa buli asobola ajja kuwa ekirowoozo wano.
A big round of applause to all our performers this afternoon. And another round of applause to my teacher, my mentor and friend, Dr. Susan Chiguli, the writer of the poem that's been presented. And thank you for inspiring us over the years. I would like to hand this microphone back to the Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Baiga or Dr. Luganda, please.
Thank you, Isaac, for running the show. For this part, I must mention that Professor Susan Chiguli's poem, My Language, Your Language, for the Luo section was translated by Mr. James Odong. Let's clap for James Odong. And for the team which has been here, let's say a foyo to twirl. Thank you so much. Next on stage is Ekitagro.
Bana batata dikatsinje munyankore owanjera taromba rushuka nabwe nishoroze kafujo kagire mukundinyo warutanaguza bakanyeta ndio mu Rwanda bana batata dikatsinje munyankore
Thank you so much for that, Chitaguro. Another hand clap. As we said, we have a cocktail of entertaining activities from different cultural groups. Up next, we have a series of songs, and we are starting with a song from the Somali group. And thereafter, we shall have a song from the Arabic section. Somali, then Arabic. They came to perform. Yes.
شرفها تشاهد عدساني دونتي نصبهاي لقاهي شرفها تشاهد طهيو دلرو الجوك ساديو وردير دلمسي يكاغا ديغايو شيرها بيدانا الردان تقسمي أيا تقاي أبود علي عرضو برواقة ركونا وعقا كسيما ياي انت اي عرضو برواقة كسيما ياي لعبي عانا لبنتله لعبي عانا لبنتله بدون فراديك وعشن وعدو ما يقتنع
Thank you very much. That's all. That we shall have a in line. Please come to the stage. كي نزداد جمالا جوهرنا هنا في القلب لا 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 نرضي الناس بما لا نرضاه لنا حالا ذاك جمالنا يسمو يتعالى لرضاهم وأكون أنا
في القلب لا 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 نرضي الناس بما لا نرضاه لنا حالا ذاك كمالنا يسمو يتعالى لأجاريهم قلدت ظاهر ما فيهم فبدوت شخصا آخر.
السلام عليكم، أنا حمود الخضر. إذا عجبكم الفيديو تعرفون ايش تسوون. سبسكرايب، لايك، شير، وتشرف تواصلكم على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي.
Another hand clap for the Arabic section. Next on stage we have a song from the Chinese community, Confucius Institute. While the Spanish get ready, and then Chad should also get ready. Chinese, please come on stage. Chinese, please, can you come to the stage? While the Spanish get ready. About China.
It's you. 下半日晖，风雨抓不透。与人共枕消瘦，太高冰泪难流。青春风暴我回首，无语随抬头。所有人生观众，浓水不胜三洲，是万只男人知道海棠依旧。知否？知否？你是绿肥红瘦。所有人生观众，浓水不胜三洲，是万只男人知道海棠依旧。知否？知否？你是绿肥红瘦。所有人生观众，浓水不胜三洲，是万只男人知道海棠依旧。知否？知否？你是绿肥红瘦。所有人生观众，浓水不胜三洲，是万只男人知道海棠依旧。知否？知否？你是绿肥红瘦。知否？知否？你是绿肥红瘦。
Applause for the Chinese. Hand clap, please. Thank you very much, students from Confucius Institute. Next, we have a song from the Spanish section. Thereafter, we shall have a song from the French section, and then Chad community.
And
Uno más. Uno más. Primo es Guantanamera, Guantanamera. Yo soy un hombre sincero, de donde crecen las palmas. Yo soy un hombre sincero, sí, de donde crecen las palmas. Y
Bedankt en tot ziens. Het was een fijn publiek. Fantastisch. Dank u wel. De Mucho Gusto Band. Yes.
Thank you, Spanish section. Next on stage we have Chad. Students from the Center for Language and Communication Services. Chad, performers from Chad. And after those performers, we shall have a fashion show.
Thank you very much, Chadi. I feel like visiting in Jamena. Anyone else who feels like visiting in Jamena to enjoy this dance, raise your hand. Okay, next is a fashion show. Fashion show. And we are going to follow this order. Ankole Chigezi will come first. Acholi will come second. Arabs, Baganda, Bunyoro Toro. Chad again. Chad, Chinese, Congo, France, Germany. Karamoja. Lango. Lukbara. Somali. Spanish. And Swahili. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize our online audience. I want to remind you that we are live on Zoom. We are also live on YouTube. So, Uncle Chigezi, audience is waiting.
Show them that you mind my girl. We got some I just wanna see you smile. We got some I love you. We got some we got some
Actually, as Arabs prepare,
don't sleep, wake up. Wake up. Don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to be try. Kill coffee, come I say my love, person we don't mind. When I land softly on the sofa, so far so good. Only I joke, let me see you. Let me see you.
Arabs. Arab.
جوهرنا هنا في القلب تلالا لا نرضي الناس بما لا نرضاه لنا حالا ذاك جمالنا يسمو يتعالى أنت تزدد جمالا أتقبلهم الناس لست أقلدهم إلا بما يرضيني كي أرضيني سأكون أنا مثلي تماما هذا أنا فقناعتي تكفيني ذاك يقيني
Baganda. Bunyoro Toro. Chad. And now the Chinese. Congo. DRC, Congo.
Twende basi, 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 twende basi. DJ Bobash, Soneka, Kuluta, 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 hey, Kuluta, Baba, Kuluta, Baba, Kuluta, hey, Kuluta, hey, Kuluta, Kuluta, hey, Kuluta, Kuluta, Kuluta. Kuluta, 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 hey, Kuluta, Mama, Kuluta, Kuluta, ay, Kuluta, Kuluta, hey, Kuluta, Kuluta, Twende basi, 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 twende basi. Kosha yote, kosha yote, kuluta, kosha yote, kuluta, kuluta, kosha yote, kuluta, kuluta, hey, kuluta, baba, kuluta, baba, kuluta, hey, kuluta, 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 hey, kuluta, kuluta tu, kuluta, 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 hey, kuluta, kuluta.
Asante sana Congolais. You should visit both Kinshasa and Lubumbashi. Next is France. 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 Germany.
Sabigano they too like dog. Animals they in human form. Body man nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish them won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they from say I too righteous. Look on they from say you too like us. You know get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my mind. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what you want telling me. Could you not my fantasy? You want to check if my talking go wrong. But it rush for a well, it be much. Now gonna make my happy the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, it rush.
That was Winter Wear from Germany. And next, clap your hands, ladies and gentlemen, for Karamoja.
Electricity, I'm on a different beat. Till infinity, steady on a different pitch. Life is not dirty, it's all about the energy. My mentality, now you make it my body goes on. You know everything I do is nobody else concerned. You go come and I see that that's all around me, but I know I'm the line. Shake it, baby, shake it. I feel it on vibration, my girl on my toes. It's in all temptation, my girl on rotation. Shake it, baby, shake it. Electricity.
And now, Lango.
Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. Sobolo juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, show that thing now, girl, don't talk. I'm like a thief in the night, no door. And you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. I'm trying to get now, don't know. Taking it a break, I get me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rubber, mommy, say, without me. Show me a jigger, let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. Put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause I know some kind things do it for the right pay. Baby, make a fire you with my machine guns. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Kelly, make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love. Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me.
Let's clap for let's welcome the Lugwala.
Problem, you know the feeling. We can try to enjoy.
The Somalis are here again. Let's welcome the Somalis. And now, Spanish.
Sin miedo, arriesgate y sígueme el juego. Sola, creo, y a tus amigas hasta luego. De esas explicaciones solo vendré. Mente malvada, eso yo lo sé. En tu mirada yo lo puedo ver. Te mata mi estilo y eso yo lo sé. Rompe la disco, rapa, pam, pam. Baila que no te he visto, pam, 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 pam. Porque tú eres lo que yo soñé. No perdamos el tiempo, pam, 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 pam.
And lastly, Swahili. Let's clap for the Swahili as they come.
Adelante con la libertad de Cuba y que la isla entera suba. De La Habana hasta Santiago, todo el mundo fumando puro y tomando trago. Que relajo, el pago trabaja doble. Ponte las pilas, todo el mundo quiere una cubana, ponte en fila. Todo un party que siga como sea, como tú quieras, a tu manera. Hay un single, quítate las payamitas para que tú veas, no soy un mono vestido de seda. Esa mujer está caliente y mucho más, te queman por aquí, te queman por allá.
Atrás, o no, ya no puedo respirar sin tu amor, baby, tu amor.
Thank you, all our students who have participated in the fashion show. Our audience, we have many more exciting things. And we are now inviting the person or the people going to do a chevugo.
Fine. So we are going to have a chevugo next. Are they here? Are they ready? After a chevugo, we shall get into another poem by Professor Chiguli entitled, "This is to Let You Know," translated in English, Arabic, French, Kiswahili, Runyakitara, and Spanish.
We are waiting for the song in the background.
Mwenangwe, mwenangwe, mwenamtirengwe, mwenamtirengwe. Tatina rwakatarga mtima y'abashija n'inyembere ndiro misho kubagambire birunje birukwata Makerere University. Mwenangwe, mwenangwe. Unchirize mbanze mbachiro butebere musitame mukare musitamazi n'umfunguro babahereze mbanze muje mushemerwe reba ninye nabachiro. Mwenangwe, mwenangwe. Mwana mulechemba tebeze birunje bikwata Makerere Makerere bonire ninjira mujire babashomesa twine barunji nabeje nabone barunji n'abamisha. Mwenangwe, mwenangwe. Ekanya chire mutayi wanje nababase kubaganirira manye birunje bitukataho.
Mwenangwe, mjengu ngwe. Arara mbundi kubita umusengura mahange ngambe tazunga ngasengura bazigubanya musheje mbundi zicenda nitombwita. Mwena mjengu ngwe. Mwena mjengu ngwe. Mazi manu tusima bejesa bitu bendi mabajerezo bakakora kachena kinji bakatugunzura mbitu byandimi bakatukora abantu bamugazo. Mwena mjengu ngwe. Mjengu ngwe. University nsomese ndimizenza rwa stars mwana zimwe nkarimo ru harimo Ruswahili harimo micyoboro yerungereza harimo rungereza harimo Runyakitara hamwe n'izindi nyinshi. Mwena mjengu ngwe. Mwena mjengu ngwe.
abo Runyakitara harimo Dr. Gumosha Begirbat harimo Dr. Arena harimo Dr. Rwamushana harimo na Harriet Kasande mwena mukire ngungwe abo Luganda harimo Sentanda hamwe na Nantaza nabona bakoze no mu mahanga kurangwa n'imiziki zaje no miso mwena mukire ngungwe mwena mukire ngungwe nitukurusia Makerere University to celebrate imyaka igana kuzakuza imyaka igana mwoga kumukozere mukateka University yita mu rengo rw'ensiyona na waza ruyango kabuza Makerere nibagaruka mu mwana mukire ngungwe reka nyakire mugenzi wanje nawe agiye kiyabahereza hano yayabire stere mwana mukire ngungwe mwana mukire ngungwe
mwena ngwe kabarabara kata masomo kundi tenga niko ndigwana katakanje katatina abazungu niko kande tirete yanje tozi ngudise na kanyomozi je tibihenda mwena ngwe barunda rutasoba kamba kambira Makerere itende serunde ryatende ko mwaka 2022 nibiro byatandika n'abafirika rikaza abazungu rikaza abantu bona rikatanditsiro mu Uganda ne kubaza mu East Africa ne kubaza mu Africa ne kubaza mu Siona ne Rumanyamahanga ko kwagabanze mwene obujengwe mwena ngwe reka mbagambira mukazi murundi Makerere waza uwo abantu bona bakumanya Sauda na Nyaro ni wo mukazi wesinisa omukazi murundi munoga mama wabana Makerere bakamukugizi na mama wabana karamare kahangare kagira magara mama wabana okatire myaka magane 10 emitwaro na myaka no kikroven Makerere bona bakakusiva mwena ngwe
wanu mureke mbagambira urugendo rwaje rwo kwita Makerere nangwa rukabarta mwe kugeza nabishitamira hata nabishatagura nafuno mwanya Makerere mwena ngwe eba ngagenda urugendo nasitama nashuma nakitama muningamba basi reba niza nashika kuna kirande kunabu mwena ngwe nakitayire mu Makerere nabuza ngwe kinenshi nashangare kizimbe kiringwa cyemerire ko murongoti mwena ngwe kizimbe kikugamba nangwa nabinji n'umutima bacheta menji juzi nangwa bandi n'umutima nka ayiboreta mwena ngwe unabire nindiko witu nende nafika tangara sarara zasindo mchiba ngayebuza natanga ho mwanditi mugafu mwena ngwe yashuma muranga kunywa mizo mu Rwatangu nakashuna yo yashuma yakirangu ninyebuzo mwana witu natanga mwena ngwe ati tuza kugamba bambe tuteza mangu ko kare kande tera abo ko bwire no buteni basiraranga base kwakuye
Thank you very much for the Chevugo. Can we give them another hand clap? Next, we have the poem. This is to let you know, recited in English. This is to let you know, after this poem, we shall have the Kadodi dance. The performers of This is to let you know in English, can you please come to the stage? After English, we shall have Arabic, followed by French, followed by Kiswahili, followed by Runyakitara and Spanish. This is to let you know in English. you know recited in English. Can you please come to the stage quite fast? The performer of Arabic should be ready. This is to let you know English.
This is to let you know that due to the coronavirus pandemic, I have made some changes to my poetry. Henceforth, all my poems shall wear a face mask, and it shall be especially tight around the mouth. All my poems shall observe social distance to avoid crowds that raise political temperatures and cause high fevers for the peaceful leaders of this continent. Any poems caught huddling together, shaking hands, or hugging shall be handed over to the police. Poems caught sneezing in and out in public shall be taken to institutional quarantine at their expense. All my poems must wash hands with water often, and if there is water scarcity, they must use alcohol-based sanitizers. I do not care where they will get this from. They must sanitize at all times for their own good. All my poems shall sleep early and rise late. These are unusual times. All my poems must obey emergency orders without question.
Thank you very much for that performance. This is to let you know Arabic. Can you come to the stage? Followed by French. This is to let you know, translated into Arabic, followed by French. If Arabic is not ready, can we have French? This is to let you know.
nakwesunga janga tuchali amapera nenja mama kateze kwetegekete nafunya nakagato nawe please be my lover. Please be my lover.
the poems are not here, let's have Kadodi dance. Kadodi performers, please come to the stage. Thank you very much, Kadodi performers. Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for being very patient. Very patient. Thank you. We greatly appreciate. Can we now have our seats, please? Can we give them another hand clap? All right. Thank you very much. Right now, I would like to invite Dr. Mangeni to come and invite for us. Please do not go. I can see people preparing. Do not go. We still have a few activities to present to you, but our guest of honor wants to leave, so we shall have closing remarks from her, and then the party will continue. Professor Mangeni is a dean for the neighbor school, School for Liberal and Performing Arts. He will do the honor of inviting our guest of honor.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I was just whispering with my neighbor and say, if it was not for neoliberalism, performing arts should have been together with you in the same school, because originally they were supposed to be the same school, but because at that time we are raising very little money, they said, don't gather together all these that are raising very little money. Separate them. But what a day that we have had. Greatly appreciate the Dean and your team for this really tremendous day that you have given us, and that you have been able to connect so closely in performance. So I would like to ask Professor Natukunda to be on standby, and our sister Cindy to be on standby to escort Professor Goresh Namanoga here as she comes to address us forward here. Abana wangwe mbano holere owaro huicha. Abana wangwe mbano holere owaro. Abana miaro mbano holere owaro huicha. Bukulete pundiro moyo oraga mbano holere owaro. Abana bahichire mbano holere owaro. Abana wangwe mbano holere owaro huicha. Bukulete pundiro moyo oraga mbano holere owaro. Abana baba simbano holere owaro. Abana bamangeni mbano holere owaro huicha. Bukulete pundiro moyo oraga mbano holere owaro. You're welcome. So she said, read the lyric.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful day today. I would like to congratulate you for coming this far. Congratulations. Allow me observe the protocol. Your Excellencies, the Ambassador present, members of Makerere University Council present, members of Makerere University Top Management Committee, the Principal and Deputy Principal of CHUS, the Dean of School of Languages, Literature and Communication, all other deans here present, members of staff of the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, all staff and students present, and those participating virtually, the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am greatly honored to be here to witness what the School of Languages and Literature and Communication is doing. I just did not imagine what kind of talent Makerere University holds. Thank you for the school for having showcased what Makerere has. Today is the first time I did appreciate Makerere. It's us, and today I have witnessed diversity. I didn't know our students could sing, dance, showcase talent, and I realized that out there, Makerere is not known. What a day. I hope the media has captured this, because it's the first of its kind to be demonstrated by Makerere University. As a university, in establishing our name in the field of languages, literature, and communication, but also a chance to showcase what we are able to do as a university beyond the publications, beyond the science. Yes, we can demonstrate that we have the art as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call solid engagement with each other across disciplines. What has just happened here today has not just been a show. It is a celebration of the field of languages, literature, and communication. Better still, this is a celebration within 100 years, and we are glad to witness the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication achieve this in time. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for this dedication to humanity, academia, and society. As discussed in the discussion of the trends and perspectives of language teaching at Makerere University and the impact of the famous 1962 Makerere Literary Conference of Writers in English Expression, which is also celebrating 60 years, is for me a confirmation that we engage the past to be able to build the future, as our motto states. In having these conversations, we show the relevance of language to national development and open conversations on how this is pivotal to how we relate with each other. I am sure that this is a conversation that should not end here, but continue for years to come. We must not lose our language, because they are part of who we are, and they demonstrate our cultural heritage. A nation without a culture is no nation. The fact that we embrace our culture continues to have us who we are. We must also learn more languages so that we can have a better way of seeing each other in the world. We are one family. Though different cultures, everything is one. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me sincerely thank the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication for showing us the way in this regard. Art demonstrates a lot. Culture is an art. And as we embrace diversity, we cannot forget that the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication has showed us what we ought to do at Makerere University. Allow me to thank the leadership of the entire college at CHUS for your commitment in ensuring that the humanities do not merely survive, but actually thrive at Makerere University. Professor Josephine Hikire and your team, Thank you for the resilience in leading the mighty college choose. Dr. Sauda Namialo, thank you for the able leadership as Dean of the School of Languages, Literature and Communication. A big appreciation is further extended to the different heads of departments in the school. Thank you for the academic work you execute in the school. Special thanks to the committee that has organized this event, led by none other than Dr. Cindy Magara. It is heartwarming to see that you're determined to see the discipline you lead flourish at Makerere University. This is the beginning. We expect to see more of such events in the college. Most of all, for all of you present here today and those who have joined us virtually, thank you for making time to participate in this unprecedented event. We promise full support to the disciplines under study in the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication. Let us keep celebrating 100 years in diversity and look forward to building for the future envisioned in the next 100 years. Diversity is what keeps us together as we build for the future. I was supposed to declare this event closed, but noting that there's a lot of steam and a lot of expectation. The young people are behind there waiting to showcase their talent. I will not declare it closed. I'll let you continue until you have finished. Then I would request the dean to close the ceremony officially. It's a little unfortunate that I had to leave before the end, but at least I witnessed the best that there was. I don't think there's anything coming better after the Kadodi. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best in what is left to showcase of the talent that is within Makerere University. Thank you.
Here we live while dancing. Thank you so much, Madame DVC, for gracing this occasion. Actually, the best is yet to come. Those of us who are remaining behind, we are going to enjoy the best. But let's clap for the DVC in appreciation of what she has done. We preserved the Chinese fashion show, and the Chinese will be here shortly to showcase their fashion. Thereafter, we shall have the Aguara dance, and the last part will be staff dancing for students. Chinese.
一朝花开放柳，寻香无觅庭口。纵饮朝霞暖日晖，风雨中。
Chinese, we are waiting.
一人共长相守，太高冰泪难留。 书松把墨回首，无语随可偷。
昨夜一书风骤，浓睡不消残酒。试问卷帘人去到海棠依旧，知否？知否？应是绿肥红瘦。
昨夜一书风骤，浓睡不消残酒。试问卷帘人去到海棠依旧，知否？知否？应是绿肥红瘦。
一朝花开傍柳，寻香无觅庭后。丛林朝霞半日晖，风雨捉不透。
一人共长消瘦，太高冰泪难流。锦书松把墨回首。
Thank you. Chinese, we preserved one poem for the French, and it was translated, Dr. Chiguli's poem was translated by Dr. Samuel Wandela. Dr. Samuel Wandela is here. Please clap for him. From English to French. French.
Mbele yenu ni wanafunzi wa Kiswahili tayari kuwakariria shairi juu ya hii ni wa kuwajuza. Karibuni. Hii ni ya kuwajuza kuwa kutokana na janga la virusi vya korona tumeufanyia ushairi wetu mabadiliko.
Miongoni mwa viongozi watulivu barani.
Takayopatikana mashairi yakikusanyana kwa mikono ya kusalimiana au kumbatiana yatashtakiwa kwa polisi.
Na yale yatakayogunduriwa kupiga chafya hadharani, karantini itapelekwa liwe liwalo.
Yote yangu mashairi yataosha mikono kutumia maji, na iwapo maji itakuwa adimu, vitakasa vitatumika sijali.
Sijali, ambapo vitakasa watapata kusafisha mikono wanapaswa kwa manufaa yao wenyewe.
Yangu yote mashairi yatalala mapema na kuchelewa kuamka.
Nyakati hizo zisizo za kawaida yatafuata mashairi yote kufuata maagizo ya dharura bila viulizo. Shukran.
Shukrani, Swahili team, and now the French team. We are continuing with the poem, This is to Let You Know, written by Professor Susan Chiguli and translated into different languages. This is French.
Il faut savoir que, suite à la pandémie de Corona, j'ai fait changement à ma poésie.
Alors, tous mes poèmes porteront des masques, et ça doit être notamment serré autour de la bouche.
Tous mes poèmes observeront la distance sociale pour éviter la foule qui anime, les températures politiques qui causent la fièvre de leaders visibles de ce continent.
Un poème trouvé éternua, un public sera amené à la quarantaine institutionnelle, à l'air frais.
Tous mes poèmes doivent laver la main, toujours avec l'eau. Et s'il y a le manque de l'eau, il faut désinfecter à base d'alcool.
Je m'en fiche, là où ils se trouveront, ils doivent désinfecter toutefois. Tous mes poèmes dormiront tôt et se lèveront tard. Ce sont les moments inhabituels. Tous mes poèmes doivent obéir. Les décrets d'urgence sans question.
Thank you. I must remind you that the poem was translated from English to French by Dr. Samuel Wandela. Before you go for Aguara, any group behind which has not performed? Any group which you prepared and they haven't performed? We're going to have my language, your language, be presented in English and translated into sign language by students of literature, guided by Dr. Cindy Magara.
Behold, the Luganda have a proverb. Only good neighbors can eradicate couch crash from their fields. So when your language holds hands with my language, behold how they march along jubilantly, and narrate tales and chronicles, my chronicles and your chronicles. Behold how they dialogue and rule over the earth. Behold how they subdue conflict. Behold how disagreement becomes a dilapidated house. It becomes a scornful miscarriage. We despise it because your language is holding hands with my language. When your language brings forth the good things it knows, and it plants them in my language, and my language collects powers that enrich your language, behold, the sun rises and gets flowers of two languages to blossom. Behold how the world assembles and shines brightly, and it shows its might and acclaim. Behold, when languages get to know each other, they open thresholds, cultural thresholds for everyone. They enable people to reach consensus and to think carefully. Then they get wisdom. Then it becomes a sword, a double-edged sword that fights conflict, because conflict is a big liar. There is a voice in my village, a voice of women mothers, young, beautiful women, beautiful, useful women. They are found in the wilderness, wantonly murdered. Let me talk about it because it has always hurt me. So it is also possible that this voice tries to stretch its arms to your village so that when you learn about it, because my language is matching together with your language, can't you get the power to find the cure for this cancer? Also in my village, people care about each other. When you are happy, they celebrate. When you are bereaved, they console you. When you are burdened, they carry your luggages. Behold, when your language embraces my language, it is a sign of solid kinship, and neither can any of the two languages refer to the other as alien.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can feel Professor Chiguli in the poem. This is a very, very, very great performance from the students. And lastly, from the students, you're going to have a Gwara dance from West Nile.
The dam of the dog. Chuchano madunguli, chulonyobe madukia, dimudam ni munyali. Chumachon kitagule, kawani gigam yunwangu, dimudam ni munyali. Chumumi udeni tano, kawani gidongi watu, dimudam ni munyali. Chumakugi pedu mupin, kawani na pinye na pe, dimudam ni munyali. Nairobi Mombasa, Nairobi Mombasa, Nairobi Mombasa. Yakini, yakini.
Our D4, our dancers from West Nile. Let's clap for them. I must say that that was almost the last item on the program. So from me and Florence, we want to thank you for listening to us. But before we leave the floor, we want to invite the Dean to give the closing remarks as delegated by the Deputy Vice Chancellor. Thereafter, a new set of Masters of Ceremonies will take over. Please don't run away. We are all joining the Dean at the end of her presentation. Thank you.
What a great day. We bless the Lord for all the activities that have taken place today. It was wonderful to meet people. I've taken ages without meeting Mrs. Byakutaga. Thank you very, very, very much. Jane, thank you for coming. The organizing committee, thank you, thank you, thank you very, very much. You are a wonderful team. You've made me proud as your dean, and I will always remember that. My students, Jemuli, thank you very much for all the wonderful performances. The staff who have been behind all these performances, thank you very, very, very much. And finally, I would like to call the staff from SLCC to say goodbye to our guests in a song, Different Colors. No? Okay, the guest, the Masters of Solomon is saying no. Maybe something different.
Thank you so much, the Dean. It was actually my first time to see you. It's an honor. What you're going to witness, for those of you that are still here, I call it the icing, by the way. Not just any icing, the chocolate icing. We want to see the leaders of our school, the leaders of our great college, do their thing. Mr. Gaba Joel. Yes, no question.
I know the blow trees, only lonely melody. Music chose me, just know this and know this. Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking, all my guys them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be
Thank you very much, DJ.
Them
Who is ready for this session? Somebody give me some noise! Give me some noise! I think you're feeling the vibe. At this moment, I want to invite the organizing committee that is chaired by Dr. Cindy Magara, a chairperson. Please step away. Next up, we're going to have Dr. Charlotte Ntulume from the Department of Journalism and Communication, who has been our secretary. DJ?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, so many reasons why I ordered for you, my love. Now you want to retire with my love. See all the little good things you do, they make me know.
Okay, next we have Dr. Samuel Wandera from European and Oriental languages.
And then we have Dr. Florence Baiga from the Department of Linguistics, English and Communication.
Thank you very much, Dr. Florence Baiga. Next up, we would be having soon-to-be Dr. Isaac Tibasima Kiza Amoti. Unfortunately, he's not around. But next up, we have Miss Eva Abanji, from the Center of Languages and Communication Services.
Calm down. Oh, this your body, put in my heart for lockdown, hold down. Oh, you sweet life, fall down. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me, young girl. No, tell me no. Baby, gon' give me your lo.
And then next on it will be Sheikh Yassin Musa Banoba from European and Oriental Languages. Please make way.
Thank you very much. The committee was later joined by Mr. Odongo James from the Department of African Languages.
Please, the vibe is coming. Let's wait. Then we have a person that joined. The other person is Amnesia Arina Itwe from Kiswahili Department. Amnesia Arina Itwe. And then from the Department of African Languages, Dr. Harriet Kasande, please.
Okay, next we have Ivan Luganda from Journalism and Communication.
mwana adijena kibangana sababu chikubena chene sina abo bakilana chine chibovina sichabayungena ayodi mario enemo magundana okuyambo kumenya kumagumbana mamalene kumenya kumagumbana baba wakuda yobo kanga wokedena tuli abandana kasi abandana kuba masana kuba mataganyana abandana.
And then we have Abias Tushemerere from European and Oriental languages. And then at this moment, I would like to invite, the Dean is already on, the Dr. Sauda Namialo. I think that DJ has something for her. Something small. Something small. DJ, please. DJ. 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 Thank you so much. And then the principal, Professor Ahikire, I think that's a pronunciation. Principal is not around. And then we shall have the head of Department Literature. Okay. And then the head of Department European and Oriental Languages. European Languages.
African music for the party. Let you come stick up on see. Break your body, I want to see. We're gonna spend it
Okay. And then we have Head of Department African Languages, Dr. Gilbert Gumoshabesh, he has left. And then the Department of Journalism and Communication, Dr. Aisha Nachiwala Sembatia. And then Department of Linguistics, English and Communication is Dr. Levis Mugumia. The Director of the Confucius Institute, still, okay. And then the Director, the Center for Language and Communication, Dr. Medad Saint-Anda. Okay.
So finally, we're going to call members of staff, both teaching and non-teaching, in all departments, literature, European and Oriental languages, African languages, all departments, basically. To
put your hands together.
best with the best. But all of that is finished. I'm getting that.
Wow. Okay. All performers, please.
And anyone
Match.
who can shake their bodies, please come up in front.
Here. Down
You must hustle if you want to. If not finish them for 5 hours, then they and them must be catch you. No they from say I too righteous. Come they from say you too like. No get the time for the hard and if you come and make it easy. Steady go steady on my time for you could that's key. You want to change it.
You guys have
we're not ready for this.
At all.
Okay. DJ, you're going to give us one color, different people, and thereafter we shall.
No, gracias. Please, it is different colors, one people.
Others.
Please, don't
I get you. DJ. DJ, bring it on.
One people, different colors. One people, different colors. One people, different colors. One people, different colors. Hey, all the teacher, never celebrate the teacher. Hey, mom, never celebrate the teacher.
We are from Uganda.
Someone from America.
We are from Cambodia.
Someone from Japan.
We are from China.
Someone from Australia.
We are from South Africa.
We are from Zimbabwe.
from Jamaica.
We are from South Africa.
We are from
Please. You want to party, but you've left a phone. If you know you've left a phone, if this is yours, pick it from Dr. Cindy. Hey, don't party and leave the phone, please. Don't party and forget the phone. Thank you. You can.
Guinness, Mukombote, the Nyabin some photo, is a one it's a boy, when I'm and about I'm
I want to you must hustle if you want to. You must finish them off right now. Them must be catch you. No, they from say I do like us. Come they from say I do like us. No get it time for the come on. We can
MC, your number one the host. I seem to take my eyes off you, spiritually upright and move. The way you work that thing, and you work that thing, baby, let me take a look. MC, your number one the host. I seem to take my eyes off you, spiritually upright and move. The way you work that thing, and you work that thing, baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, you put all the girls in the club, and what I'm doing is so wrong. But it's no matter focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she never got a different, and so it's mortified, 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 mortified. She said she never got a woman at me bed. Mortified, mortified, well I'm mortified, mortified. Listen to me, so my girlfriend says she wants me back on my two. What will I do? So me tell her say my God broke that not my two. I love you, I'm so sorry. You put all the girls in the club, they don't give a fuck. She said